What's happening, everybody? You have tuned into a very special edition of Popstar Plus today. It's our Oscars preview. Over the next hour, we're going to bring you everything you're going to need to know about this year's Academy Awards ceremony. We've got some great stuff. Interviews with nominees, including some of the categories that you might not know that much about. We spoke to some very talented artists who bring magic to the silver screen and are nominated in categories like cinematography, makeup design, production design, and costume design. A lot of great things to get to. Let's dive right in. First up, one of the nominees for Best Picture, Don't Look Up. This comedy explores what happens as a highly destructive comet approaches Earth. Our own Savannah Guthrie spoke with stars Leonardo DiCaprio and Jennifer Lawrence and director Adam McKay.
So how certain is this?
There's 100% certainty of impact.
Please, don't say 100%.
Can we just call it a potentially significant event?
Yeah.
Yes.
A massive fireball speeding towards Earth, promising to obliterate the planet.
You guys discovered a comet?
Comedy isn't exactly what comes to mind, but the new film, Don't Look Up, from Oscar-winning writer and director Adam McKay, is counting on laughter to focus audiences on a deadly serious matter.
This is kind of the feel-good, feel-bad movie of the year. How did you pull that off?
It's a pretty good description. We made this movie during the pandemic, before there was even a vaccine. So I think we were all in the mood to laugh because things were so grim. But at the same time, we needed to feel some other feelings as well.
Put the moment of impact on a diet app. So impact is when my diet ends.
Leonardo DiCaprio and Jennifer Lawrence lead a star-studded cast as two astronomers trying to sound the alarm on the comet that will soon wipe out the world. A not-so-subtle allegory for a real threat, climate change.
After seeing the movie last night, something kind of resonated in me. It's how we process bad news and how it becomes a debate, how truth and facts can be distorted or politicized. This was originally, a metaphor for the climate crisis, and then COVID hit, and then a whole new wave of the denial of science. It was amazing to witness what was going on in real time as we were making this movie. I mean, we were sitting there trying to explain science as Fauci was doing the same thing. It was a bizarre experience.
You've said, Leo, you feel like it cracks the code. You also said yesterday, I think, that you were a little bit of a Debbie Downer on this issue. I mean, it's hard not to feel a little bit hopeless.
If you do a film about climate change, it's nearly impossible to get people to get a sense of urgency and hold a mirror to our culture and media and politics and all of these things. And I just felt like this was an incredible gift to be a part of a movie that encapsulated exactly what we're going through at this particular moment in time. But yeah, I am a bit of a Debbie Downer because the clock is absolutely ticking.
How big is this thing, though? Like, can it destroy my ex-wife's house? Is that possible?
There's a 100% chance that we're all going to die!
Jennifer, your role is the first who gets to really just say, this is insanity. Did that just feel great?
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of unleashing that helplessness that I feel as a citizen and a human on the planet. It was also so poignant that all of the ire kind of landed squarely on her shoulders because she was saying something that people didn't want to hear.
During filming, before she was pregnant, Lawrence took her approach of getting into character to a new high.
Before the movie started, there was a lot more in the script. Kate DiBiase was high pretty much the whole time. We thought if there was a scene where I wasn't talking, it could be funny to actually just see that kind of just glassy stare.
There was one scene where she definitely was like, am I gonna speak tonight? I was like, no, you're not. She's like, I'm gonna try it because it does fit the character. And the whole night, I was so tempted to go on the mic and say, hey, let's improvise a monologue. And I realized how mean it would be, and I did not do it.
Thank you for not doing it.
Out of love and respect for Miss Lawrence.
Thank you for not, yeah.
Yeah.
It would have been just
oh my God.
Sobering.
Oh, I would have, yeah, sobering.
And she was next to Meryl Streep.
I was next to Meryl Streep.
What was it like to be with Meryl Streep? Because I know she's an idol of everyone's.
Her improvisation was incredible too. You know, shooting this during COVID and having the mind of Adam McKay sort of speak through a loudspeaker, And we were this sort of nerdy scientist just trying to react to this onslaught of different directions that the scenes would go at any given time, because he really created an atmosphere where anything goes. Not a lot of rehearsal, just get into the room and go at it. And of course, Meryl was incredible to work with.
There will be magnitude 10 or 11 earthquakes.
You're breathing weird. It's making me uncomfortable.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to articulate the science.
I know, but it's like so stressful.
I heard Jonah Hill ad-libbed a lot of those lines.
Oh yeah.
There was one day that was just solely dedicated to him insulting me.
I'm sorry, who is she?
Are you her son?
I'm chief of staff boy with the dragon tattoo, so I'm doing fine.
And that was tough, but it was one of the greatest days of my life.
I heard you inhaled your nose ring a few times.
Yeah, the stud was a magnet, and poor Leo had to witness a couple times of me making eye contact with you while it got it out of my throat.
Yeah, it did happen a couple times, didn't it? And I never understood what the hell was going on.
You had the premiere. How did the ending go over? I'm not giving anything away, because you'll kill me.
I think it was incredibly emotional, and you know, had this movie had a different ending, it wouldn't be the story that it is, and we're not going to give that away, but it needed to have this ending. It needed to, it's a wake-up call. It's an alarm clock. And,
It's not a Hollywood ending.
No, it's not. If it didn't have that ending, there was no way we were going to be a part of it.
It's remarkable how that film explores such a serious topic in such a funny way. All right, coming up next, another Best Picture nominee. Take a look at our interview with director Kenneth Branagh about his film Belfast, which is loosely based on his own childhood in Northern Ireland.
This morning, we are catching up with Oscar-nominated actor, writer, and director Kenneth Branagh. He showed us his military prowess, playing the title character in Henry V, and took on the iconic detective Hercule Poirot in Murder on the Orient Express.
Well, now Kenneth wrote, produced, and directed the Oscar-nominated film Belfast, loosely based on his time growing up in Northern Ireland.
Here's a look at the young protagonist, Buddy, talking about his feelings for a girl with his grandparents. Watch.
Anyways, I think she loves that other fella.
I don't know that for sure. Women are very mysterious.
And women can smash your face in two, mister.
Your granny's become less mysterious over the years. So, you really like her?
When I grow up, I want to marry her.
Yeah, sounds like you really like her.
Definitely not COVID safe.
I guess that's where all the best conversations are had, right? Yeah. So, Kenneth, it's awesome to have you here in the plaza, and I just want to bask in your aura.
I agree.
I mean, everything you touch is gold, whether you're directing it, producing it, in it. I mean, how do you take it all in, especially when this movie is loosely based on your life and people are obsessed with it?
Well, thank you. It's a bit overwhelming. It's a very beautiful moment to have because it is based on a lot of experiences I had as a kid, including falling in love with movies that came from this country. Mm-hmm. So when you end up and you look at the film and you see a kid watching movies from Hollywood and you end up here, you know, heading towards the Academy Awards with 7 nominations for a bunch of work from an amazing bunch of people. It's surreal. But the thing that is really beautiful is it seems to touch people in the heart. It is written from the heart, and that's a lovely thing.
It really has resonated with people, and obviously, as you mentioned, the Oscar nominations being rewarded that way. 7 Oscar nominations, and you setting a record for the most number of Oscar nominations, 7 for a male in different categories. Yeah. So, did you know that you were in contention for that?
No, you definitely don't join for any of that kind of thing, because that way madness lies, and it's amazing, absolutely amazing to me. But it reminds me of the great privilege you have of being a storyteller from different parts of the kind of creative equation. Whether I act, obviously, but in this I get to direct a beautiful kid who plays the 9-year-old version of me, if you like, and he's an amazing natural young Jude Hill. And then we've got at the other end of the scale Dame Judi Dench.
Well, I was going to ask you, I mean, the cast is incredible. We have Ciarán Hinds, Dame Judi Dench, both of whom received Best Supporting Actor nominations. Jamie Dornan, Katrina Balfe, the newcomer Jude Hill, who they say steals every scene. Yeah. I mean, what is that like when you have such an all-star cast?
Well, I mean, when we saw the Screen Actors Guild rewarded them with an ensemble nomination, which for me was the proof of the pudding, that the kind of connective thing between them. The weird side effect of COVID was that family, that on-screen family, became very bonded in their cast bubble immediately because they had no choice but to get on and perhaps form relationships sooner and quicker and more meaningfully. And it comes across. I think the audience always intuit this, and I think that feeling of a real family and identification with what a lot of families have to deal with in terms of decisions in their own lives, big ones for them, simple when you look at it from the outside, are really caught beautifully by this group of performances. I'm very proud of them.
What an impressive guy. All right, guys, we're just getting started here on our Popstar Plus Oscars preview. Coming up after the break, we're going to dive into our next Best Picture nominee, Licorice Pizza.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to our Popstar Plus Oscars preview. Alana Hayam made her acting debut in the Oscar-nominated film Licorice Pizza. Here's the conversation that she had with Willie and Jenna about that part.
Since 2007, Alana Hayam has been making music and performing all over the world with her sisters in the Grammy-nominated band Hayam. Now she's making waves in Hollywood, starring in a role that was written just for her.
In fact, believe it or not, it was Alana's acting debut in the Oscar-nominated film Licorice Pizza. Here's a look.
What's your future look like?
I don't know.
How do you like working at Tiny Toes?
I hate working at Tiny Toes.
You should start your own business.
What business should I be in?
I don't know. What do you like?
I don't know.
You're an actress. You should be an actress.
And we could say that to you, Alana. You're an actress.
You are an actress. You guys.
We could say, what a way to make your acting debut. Paul Thomas Anderson says, I wrote a movie for you. I know you've never acted before, but you're going to star in it and effectively carry this movie. What did you think when you heard that?
I was mind blown. I mean, I say it all the time, but I'm a Sagittarius, so like...
Me too.
You're a Sagittarius?
Yes, I'm a Sagittarius.
December 15th?
November 25th.
Oh, you're early Sag.
Yes. I don't know what that means.
No, it's good. It's good. Right? We're all great. We're Sagittarius.
Yeah.
We think that we're the best. But we're like always up for new adventures. So like when he introduced this movie and said, I wrote this part for you, would you want to play Alana? I immediately said yes, and then went to bed and like tried to go to sleep, and then immediately like opened my eyes and was like, oh gosh, what did I get myself into? But it was so fun.
Well, and not only that, but we have Bradley Cooper,
Yes.
when Billy's
Good man.
BFFs.
He's a good man.
We have Sean Penn, and it's a movie that's about where you're from.
Yes.
Which is a place you love. So
yes,
that must
it kind of feels like we're there right now.
I know, that's the
You
idea.
guys, we're
Yeah.
back in my home. We're back in my home.
Was that also super cool to be able to like show this place where that raised you?
Oh yeah, no, I mean I love the Valley. I feel like the Valley gets a bad rep because of the 80s with the Valley Girl, the for sure and the mall culture. But I mean, which I am that person. And I am proud of it. But I feel like growing up in the Valley, like people thought that you were uncool. So if you're a Valley kid, you were like, okay, if everyone thinks I'm uncool, I'm gonna own it. And I love being uncool. And whenever you find a Valley kid on your travels, you immediately are bonded.
Well, you guys, you and your sisters have been in the music world for a long time, doing incredibly well. And now you're at the center of the Hollywood. You're gonna be walking the red carpet at the Oscars. Oscar nominee. So to come right out of the box like this, what has that experience been like for you?
I really hope I don't trip. That's really like what I'm hoping that I don't do. I mean, it's been incredible. I mean, when we were making the movie, we didn't think about anything like that. We were just trying to make something that we loved, and every day we showed up to set so happy. I didn't want to leave, and it was such an incredible experience. I still can't even believe I'm sitting here talking to you guys, talking about Licorice Pizza. I mean, it's wild. It's very wild.
So what about when you were young and you were in the family band, which is kind of my dream for my little children, to create some sort of family band?
You should.
Rocking Chaim?
Yes.
So when you just, look, first of all, well, your parents...
Oh my God, that's so embarrassing. That is me and my siblings.
Wow.
Oh my God, Esty, my eldest sister, is going to die that this is on television right now.
You were in this band with your parents, which I wish we had like a group photo.
I know. Oh my God.
Well, there's
go.
y'all now. But when you decided, like, okay, we're going to actually go out and be huge rock stars on our own, like, I can imagine that conversation sitting at the kitchen table.
It was
being
a
like,
lot like this. A lot like this. Me and my siblings sat in 3 chairs. We set up 2 chairs for my parents. No, I mean, I think that with Rockenheim, I mean, I was so young, we were only playing covers. It started when I was 4 years old. We would only play like delis and like country fairs and street fairs. Like, it was nothing. It was not the big time. A lot of Billy Joel, a lot of, Rolling Stones. It was cool. We were cool. We were terrible, but we were cool. But yeah, in 2007, me and my siblings decided, like, maybe we should play music together because we had been playing for so long, and it worked.
That famous deli circuit in the Valley.
Oh yeah, it's a hot
stars.
ticket. We got paid in matzo ball soup. That was like our claim to fame.
Worth it. Really cool to see Alana acting, not just singing. All right, we've got some great stuff coming up. The Power of the Dog has, count them, 12 nominations. That is the most of any film this year. And we spoke to the film's production designer about just how they were able to create that cool 1920s setting.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top stories with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. It's good to have you with us.
So delighted we're together.
We're together.
I make Pop-Tarts.
Yeah, see? So this show is for you, my friend.
We got a huge, beautiful crowd.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
And we're back, continuing our Popstar Plus Oscars preview. Now, if you've seen the Western, The Power of the Dog, you'll recognize the arid Montana landscapes. And we learned from the great Grant Major, that's the film's Oscar-nominated production designer, about all this behind-the-scenes work that was needed to create the look and feel of exactly what you see on screen.
As a production designer, my responsibilities are to create the time and the place within which the drama takes place. On The Power of the Dog, our story starts in 1925 in the state of Montana. I then have to really cater and tailor everything that I do to bolster the narrative, the storytelling. Power of the Dog is based on a book by Thomas Savage that was written in the 1960s and involves a family of two brothers who run a cattle ranch. We shot in New Zealand, so it was incumbent on us to be able to find a location that would play for Montana. I'm hoping that the New Zealandness of it sort of diminishes somewhat because it's the story set in Montana and we should believe it to be so in Montana. The valley itself, the Ida Valley, was very much a place that time forgot in many ways, because it's quite a long time ago, the 20s, 100 years ago almost. And we're looking for a place that didn't have modern farm buildings, other we were looking for. I did have to spend a lot of time trying to knock back the greenness of the grass and make it feel more arid, to sort of reduce the colour palette quite a lot, because New Zealand is very green normally. We're also able to use the cattle that was on the ranch, and there's very little else there. We built everything. We built the house, we built the cattle yards and the barn and the cowboys' quarters and all these sorts of other elements of the script. So it was really nice to be able to start with an empty canvas and build everything from the ground up. Jane Campion and I had come across each other 30 years ago there, and I was very impressed by her personal style and professionalism, and we did a lot of workshopping in our own way to be able to talk about our creative process, our way of going about making something real, because we start off with words in a script. We did need to build the house as a 360-degree building. So, we did need to shoot all the way around the building, and we needed to shoot inside the location, front doors and inside the windows. We also built the areas of the kitchen and around what we call the cowboys' dining area, so that they all had a direct relationship to the location that we could see out through the windows. The frames within frames were something that we're really trying to bring in here, because it's something about looking out through the wilderness and looking in through those windows. That the observational kind of aspect of that was kind of a nice sort of sub-theme in a way. Perhaps the most challenging was, it wasn't just the sets that we were doing the whole environment. So a lot of the work we did subsequent to building it was all the aging processes, which were just endless amounts of paint washes and texture washes and paring it back and putting in the lichen and the mosses and all that sort of stuff for the outside of the sets. The same goes for the inside sets that we built in the stages in Auckland. Put a lot of work into the patinas of the walls, and just to give them a feeling of an old life here, and a very masculine, sort of leathery kind of feel to everything. Believe me, I had a very talented group of scenic artists, and of course the set decorators and the crew were just so enthusiastic about this film. It was it had stardust all over it in the beginning, I reckon. This thing was like a perfect proportion and a perfect script. A perfect group of people came together to make it. I am so proud to be part of the Power of the Dog phenomenon, in a way, that it garnered so many nominations.
It's so interesting to learn about all these processes that are happening behind the scenes to create those cool visuals. We've got a lot more behind the scenes insight to share with you. Sci-fi fan favorite Dune's up for 10 Oscars. One is for the category of cinematography, thanks to nominee Greg Fraser. Here's what he hopes to convey through the lens of his camera.
My greatest goal as a cinematographer generally is to not have people know that I had done a job on the film. So it's a bit of a tricky one, because of course everything that you see on screen is lensed through my camera and my team's camera. Dune is set many years in the future. It is a time when humans have evolved to the point where they're able to do away with computers effectively. So this is my first film with Denis. The major thing that I took away from my first meeting with Denis was his passion for the material. He read this book when he was a teenager, and it has stayed with him all those years whilst he's been learning his craft of filmmaking. And the way I approached it was effectively by seeing the world through Denis' eyes. I've very much wanted to optimize the emotional quality of the light that we shot. Since becoming a cinematographer, and before that I was a photographer, so effectively I've been studying light now for 20 plus years. I'm very much trying to emotionally tap into what light does for us as humans. So it was trying to run that kind of that line of subtlety, yet the fact that the light really is a character, because you need to make sure that when you're inside the household, that you were aware of the fact that you should not be outside. Like that was always a difficult, tricky place to be. So I wanted to make sure that the audience felt that at all the time, or they had at least the underlying feeling that it wasn't always at the fore, but it sort of allowed the backbone of the characters to understand where they were. We always made sure that we were primarily basing our decisions on character, regardless of what those decisions ended up being and who the characters might have been. So we wanted to try and make these characters relatable to the audience. And part of that, I think, is the way that we cover them. You know, we want to make sure that as a camera, we're close to them, but we're not so close with them in their face, or we're not so far back that we're not filming them on longer lenses. Because again, lenses, I think, have an emotional bent too. If the lens is too long, lens is too wide, we start to feel something different. And Denis and I were quite adamant about making sure that our lenses sort of sat within their space, but they weren't too aggressive in being too close to them. We played a lot with scale in this film. You know, these sand dunes that they were, you know, running up and running down. These are sand dunes, for example, in Abu Dhabi that you ordinarily wouldn't see. You wouldn't go to the local beach and see a sand mound that's 17 stories high. And so we wanted to make sure that the audience saw and felt the scale of those things. And that's where I found it exciting visually, putting our characters in the middle of these sand dunes, like they were massive waves that were ready just to consume them. We loosen the camera, I think, by often going handheld. You know, that is a pretty fast way to kind of lead the audience into a belief that the world is a little less rigid. But also what that did is it allowed us, when we wanted to do shots that were very controlled, very focused and very steady. You know, what I do hope comes across in this film cinematographically is the relationship with the characters and the characters' relationship with nature. You know, I hope that we've managed to capture the characters as they were intended to be seen by, you know, originally by Frank Herbert and Denis as the director, but also by our actors. You know, I hope that I've done justice to our actors and made them feel like their performances have been properly captured and recorded. You know, winning an Oscar is great if that ever so happens, but to me, I think the biggest thing is the recognition of our individual work on a great big film like Dune is.
Man, those shots in Dune are just epic. Coming up next, we're exploring the makeup and costumes featured at this year's Oscars with two acclaimed designers. Stay with us.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. It's good to have you with us.
So delighted we're together.
We're together.
I make Pop-Tarts.
Yeah, see? So this show is for you, my friend.
We got a huge, beautiful crowd.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. It's good to have you with us.
So delighted we're together.
We're together.
I make Pop-Tarts.
Yeah, see? So this show is for you, my friend.
We got a huge, beautiful crowd.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
And welcome back. You've tuned into our very special Oscars preview. We're going to dive right into some costumes now. There's so many good ones in films that were out. Paul Tazwell is the brains behind the costumes that you see in the new film version of West Side Story. He's nominated for an Oscar for his work. And we spoke to him about what it was like working with the legendary Steven Spielberg on his reimagining of the classic musical.
The way that I approach my work, it's telling the story and being a support of the story from the standpoint of clothing and how the characters might choose their clothing for a specific scene or moment. I see my work as a very powerful part of the creative process for the director, for the actors, and then how it plays with the presentation overall and how the audience engages with it. When I was asked by Steven to design West Side Story, I was very aware that West Side Story, the original Broadway production, was done in 1957. So it was important for Steven to recreate the world of 1957 New York City, than everything that was going on, in that time. The way that I created the contrast of the Caucasian community, as it relates to the Jets, and then the sharp community as it relates to the Latinx community. For the Jets, the film opens up where they are essentially in their playground. So with the Jets, I work to keep them in cool tones and a lot of blues and greens and grays, and some of that was influenced by my use of denim, thinking about jeans and how American jeans have become actually in our modern culture versus the Puerto Rican community or the Sharks, where they are, they're in more warm tones, and warm tones that, kind of dip into where they've come from, the tropical colors that they've come from. I knew that the purple dress that Rita Moreno wore in the original film, and also Chia Rivera in the original Broadway show, it was going to be important to find a look for Anita, played by Ariana DeBose, that would feel as iconic as that dress could be. So as I was choosing colors, and choosing colors surrounding her, and choosing, patterns that would surround her as well, because there's a lot of floral prints that I use within that as well. Again, to be reflective of the tropical island that they had come from and that they're even singing about. One of the original things that Steven Spielberg asked me to do when he was asking me to design the show was that he wanted for the white dress for Maria to stay part of the design. I loved that idea because, it speaks to her innocence. It also speaks to culturally to where she's coming from and her connection to the Catholic Church and the potentially feeling oppressed by that, that kind of pressure. Where she is, as a young woman, trying to evolve and grow and expand and really be, embrace this new space that she's in. Part of the white dress and that look for Maria is the red belt. And, Steven, again, was very smart in having Anita take the belt off of her outfit that she had planned for the dance to the gym, and handing it over to Maria, really as a, it's a metaphor for, kind of ushering her into womanhood and that kind of positive energy, that kind of sisterhood. We've been dealing with race issues in America, and it's our most American social battle. So I think that, with what, has transpired, what all of us have experienced in the last 2 years, definitely it speaks to that. And it speaks to, just the question of what does it take to come together. Having a musical that can be filled with joy and positive energy and excitement, and it holds both. West Side Story has these huge numbers, beautiful music, and so I think that we need something that we can embrace and feel good about, and I think that West Side Story provides that.
You can just see the richness and all the attention to detail when you watch that. It's always so cool hearing from people like Paul. All right, now let's turn to another story being told at this year's Oscars. In the film, The Eyes of Tammy Faye, Jessica Chastain plays evangelical talk show host Tammy Faye. Now, Linda Dowds is nominated for her makeup design in the film, and she says she worked really hard to portray Tammy Faye as authentically as possible through the makeup that Tammy Faye actually wore, and we know she wore a lot.
As a makeup designer, I think that our key responsibility is to support the performance by an actor. And then I think there's an additional responsibility when you are looking to create a real life character, and that involves a lot of research and trying to be as authentic as possible to the appearance of that person, which was the case of Tammy Faye. Tammy Faye and her husband, Jim Baker, were real-life televangelists, and they had a very large fall from grace.
Tammy and I are undergoing the most vicious attacks.
Serving God don't feel like it should be a money-making opportunity.
And through my research, listening to the old PTL recordings and Tammy herself in all her interviews, and what I discovered was that I really believe I had a misconception of who she was. I found her to be an incredibly empathetic, actually really beautiful human being. She exuded, I think, the real tenets of being a good person. She taught tolerance and acceptance, and being authentic to yourself and being the best person that you can be. And that authenticity became super important. And we wanted to convey that. Some of the steps that we went through to portray Tammy Faye as authentically as we could, it was such a team effort. We had Justin Raleigh and his team from Fractured Effects who did the prosthetics. Stephanie Ingram did hair, Mitchell Travers did costume, and then myself doing the beauty side of things. One could not have moved forward properly without the other. So I think that was a really key element. And then Tammy Faye told us a lot about herself in her interviews, and you just had to look at her. She was very well put together. Everything matched and coordinated. She loved shopping at drugstores and Target. She loved pinks. And we had sort of three major stages. So there was a very young stage of Tammy Faye where she was at Bible college, and she created a little bit of a ruffle then because she did wear a little bit of makeup. I think that's where we first saw her love of it. And then we have a period where sort of that middle ground where we see her on the Christian Broadcast Network, we see her on PTL, and there's a lot of color and everything was that true matchy-matchy. And we saw the brighter colors. We saw violets and blues and pinks. And then as she grew older and as she hit sort of that last phase, we saw, I think the tones all changed. Everything got a little deeper. They got into plums and purples and deeper tones, and their wigs got darker and her costumes got darker. She was into more reds and blacks. And then of course there's the aging process, which was reflected in the prosthetic pieces. So I think those three stages, we kind of defined those stages very specifically, which also helped us move through the transition of, almost, basically 3.5 decades of what Tammy Faye looked like.
Okay, do you want a little remover? Oh no, that's it. That'd be all, they're permanently lined. Oh,
And my eyes are permanently lined and my eyebrows are permanently on, so there's not a whole lot you can do.
My goodness, I didn't know. Have you never done pictures without those eyelashes?
Nope, and I never will, because that's my trademark. And, you know, if I take that away, then it's not me. And no one's gonna wanna look at me without my trademark, so I hold on to that.
Doing something like this, it does involve a lot of research, and she often talked about some of the brands she used. For example, she used L'Oreal Lash Out. That was her choice of mascara. And she used a lot of drugstore brands. And a lot of those colors, funny enough, particularly those little quads that you see that L'Oreal and Revlon and Maybelline all put out, those colors have pretty much maintained a lot of the same sort of tones. So I bought those. So it only helped show the true look of what it was. So I think that research is super important. So Jessica and I, we have worked together for quite a number of years now. We're currently working on our 16th project together, which is a mini series about George Jones and Tammy Wynette. And I think the lovely thing for us is, I mean, Jess is an amazing collaborator. So for me, I find it really great that she is really supportive of the whole process and recognizes that there are all of these elements that we need to pull together. And she's a really great active participant in the choice making of developing the character. It is a joy to work with somebody who is engaged in what we do and has a love of what we do, you know, that I feel, because I love my job. And so to be honored in this way, like I actually can't quite believe it. However it all falls, this is brilliant. And I'm really happy with every element of it as it stands right now.
Gosh, the research and planning that goes into each of these films is absolutely remarkable. It's fun to dive behind the scenes here. All right, we've got a lot more to come up for you. Still, we're going to bring you all the potential history-making moments to look for at this year's Oscars.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Time to give yourself an entire body reset.
Let's go.
The new approach to saving our planet. Simple life swaps, great for the environment.
This is quite the spring break crowd.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to our Popstar Plus Oscars preview. A few winners at this year's ceremony could make history on a lot of different fronts. Here's Turner Classic Movies host Dave Karger breaking down what you might expect.
The Oscars have already made a lot of history this year with the nominations that came out. They can make even more history with the winners at the end of the month. Here's how. First up in the acting categories is something really fun. For the first time ever, there are two couples nominated in all four of the acting categories. So in lead actor and actress, Javier Bardem for being the Ricardos and Penelope Cruz for Parallel Mothers are nominated. And in the supporting categories, Jesse Plemons and Kirsten Dunst, who are co-stars as well in The Power of the Dog, they were both nominated. Married couples have been nominated before at the Oscars, but never in all 4 acting categories. So that's kind of cool. Also in the Best Actress category, if Kristen Stewart wins Best Actress for her performance as Princess Diana in Spencer, she would be the first person ever to win a lead actor Oscar without being nominated for the SAG Awards or the British Academy or BAFTA Awards. This is majorly significant because there's a lot of overlap between the voting body of the Oscars and the voting body of the SAG and BAFTA Awards. So it's very rare for someone to win an Oscar without also at least getting nominated. It has happened a couple times in the supporting actress category. Marcia Gay Harden won without a SAG or BAFTA nomination. Regina King won without a SAG or BAFTA nomination, but it's never happened in the history of the SAG Awards, which is 27 years, that someone has won a lead acting Oscar without a SAG or BAFTA nomination. In the Best Supporting Actor category, Troy Kotsur from Coda has become the first deaf man ever to be nominated for an Oscar. His co-star in the movie Marlee Matlin was the first deaf actress to be nominated in the 1980s for Children of the Lesser God, and she won Best Actress. So let's see if Troy Kotsur can also win an Oscar for his first nomination. There's also some history that could be made in the Best Supporting Actress category if Ariana DeBose wins for her performance as Anita in West Side Story. First of all, she would be the first openly queer woman of color ever to win an Oscar, so that would be a very exciting moment. If she does win, she will also make it the 3rd time that 2 actors have won Oscars for playing the same role in 2 different movies. So Marlon Brando and Robert De Niro both won Oscars for playing Vito Corleone in 2 different Godfather films. And of course, Heath Ledger and Joaquin Phoenix both won Oscars for playing the Joker in 2 different films. So if Ariana DeBose wins, it'll be the same role that Rita Moreno won her Oscar for 60 years ago. So that would be a great moment. There's some more history that could be made in the Best Actor category. Will Smith is already the 9th person and the 2nd Black man to be nominated for acting and producing the same film for King Richard. If he wins the Best Actor Oscar, which I think he's going to, he would be the 5th Black actor ever to win the Best Actor Oscar after Sidney Poitier, Denzel Washington, Jamie Foxx, and Forrest Whitaker. There's also a cool statistic in the Best Picture race involving Cate Blanchett, who of course is one of the most acclaimed actors or actresses working today. With the Best Picture nominations for Don't Look Up and Nightmare Alley, Cate Blanchett now surpasses Olivia de Havilland, a great classic actress from films like Gone with the Wind, as the performer who has appeared in the most Best Picture nominees of all time. So it just goes to show that whenever Cate Blanchett makes a film, whether she's actually nominated herself or not, the film always benefits from her participation. There's something really exciting going on in the Best Director category this year. First of all, Steven Spielberg, with his nomination for West Side Story, becomes the first person ever to be nominated for Best Director in 6 consecutive decades. So he got his first director nomination for Close Encounters of the Third Kind back in the 70s. If Spielberg wins the Oscar for West Side Story, he will become the oldest Best Director winner of all time at age 75. Currently, that record is held by Clint Eastwood, who won when he was 74. This year is also a great year for films written and directed by women, particularly in the Best Adapted Screenplay category. That's screenplays that are based on previously published or performed material, like a remake of a film or an adaptation of a book. And this year, for the first time in 30 years, 3 of the 5 scripts that are nominated for Best Adapted Screenplay were written by women. Coda by Sian Heder, The Lost Daughter by Maggie Gyllenhaal, and The Power of the Dog by Jane Campion. And I think Jane Campion is going to win it. There's another thing to look out for in this year's Best Picture race. I think for the first time, we could very well see a Best Picture winner by a streaming service as opposed to a typical Hollywood studio. I think The Power of the Dog stands a really good chance to win, and that's a Netflix movie. No streaming movie has ever won Best Picture yet. A couple have come close, I think, but if Power of the Dog wins, this will be the first time that has ever happened. I know I'll be tuning into the Oscars on March 27th to see all the history that's going to be made. I can't wait.
Well, we're just gonna have to wait and see what happens. Now, to close out our preview, coming up next are interviews with Nicole Kidman, Javier Bardem, and Kristen Stewart.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Time to give yourself an entire body reset.
Let's go. The new approach to saving our planet. Simple life swaps, great for the environment.
This is quite the spring break crowd. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. It's good to have you with us.
So delighted we're together.
We're together.
I make Pop-Tarts.
Yeah, see? So this show is for you, my friend.
We got a huge, beautiful crowd.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. It's good to have you with us.
So delighted we're together.
We're together.
I make Pop-Tarts.
Yeah, see? So this show is for you, my friend.
We got a huge, beautiful crowd.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back here on Pop Start Plus with more of our Oscars preview. Nicole Kidman and Javier Bardem transformed into Lucy and Ricky Ricardo for the film Being the Ricardos. Both are nominated for their roles. And our own Chanel Jones sat down with the duo to learn exactly how they prepared to play the TV icons.
I Love Lucy defined the TV sitcom in the 1950s with still iconic scenes like Vitamita Vegemin.
Vitamita Vegemin contains vitamins, meats, vegetables, and minerals.
And of course, Stomping Grapes in Italy, which was recreated in the new film Being the Ricardos.
We only did 3 takes of it, and that was it.
Really?
Yeah, and I was like, I'd spent 2 months preparing it. And it's like, it's gone.
Written and directed by Aaron Sorkin, Being the Ricardos focuses on the behind-the-scenes drama, Lucy and Desi's turbulent marriage, and a crisis that threatens to end their careers.
You're not telling these people that I checked the wrong box.
There were 181 episodes of I Love Lucy. Did you watch all of them, some of them?
I watched all of them in one night.
Just
your face saying, really?
Ricky, this is it.
There are always brilliance in every show. There's always a moment of brilliance.
Brilliance that's daunting to live up to. When news broke of Nicole Kidman's casting, not everyone thought she was right for the role.
There are critics who say, does she look like her? Can she do this? Do you let that give you any space in your head, or?
Try not to, but a human being. So there's times when you go, gosh, maybe I'm not the right person for this. But that's where having somebody like Aaron, who really said at the beginning, he was like, I'm not wanting a perfect rendition or imitation of Lucy. No, 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 no.
Kidman actually felt a special connection to Lucille Ball.
A lot of it I can relate to, and I go, okay, I've been in that situation. I know that. So I think those things are relatable.
You say you've been?
There's a scene in it where they say, you're 39 and that's it. It's kind of over for you. I know that feeling. I sort of had that. And it was like, okay, where television suddenly opened a door for her, it opened a door for me around the same age. I was like, gosh, that's kind of, I know that feeling really deeply.
Javier Bardem plays Desi Arnaz, the famous Cuban-American band leader whose Congo skills may have been a bit hard to replicate.
You played the Congo so hard, your hand bled at one point. Is that true?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. When you hit it hard, you start to bleed. Yeah, if you're not a conga player.
Are you?
No, I'm not. And you want to make it sound, and then they put a playback. And you say louder, and then you don't hear what you're doing, and then you go like crazy, and then cut. It's like, what's going on?
That was the first act of a new episode right there.
I read that you pursued this role for years. What was it about this role?
And I started to watch the episodes, and I felt immediately drawn into him, like his energy, his skills, his talent, his humor, his way of taking the place, owning the place in a moment where it was so difficult to be a foreigner in this country.
Kidman and Bardem capture the deep and complicated love between Lucy and Desi, possibly drawing from their own high-profile marriages to Keith Urban and Penelope Cruz.
I think we're both fortunate in the sense of we have partners that understand the artistic process and say, "God, I want you to have that," which I love.
It's a gift to belong to such a great story and such a great movie. So when it happens, it's like, take it.
Great to just get a snapshot into the lives of Lucy and Desi. All right, now last but not least, Kristen Stewart. We caught up with her to chat about her role as Princess Diana in the film Spencer, one that landed her a nomination for Best Actress.
You got an incredible standing ovation when this film Spencer debuted. And you really embody Princess Diana, which I can't even imagine how intimidating that is to take on someone who's so well known. How did you watch The Crown? That was part of the research?
Yeah, I think I watched it in like 3 days, actually.
Yeah.
It was nice to have that and going through all the memoirs and research and documentaries that actually are not remotely dry. It was just nice to have like a dramatized version of the story it was very clickbaity for me. I just couldn't stop going to the next episode.
How did you go about like nailing the accent, the mannerisms, all of the things that were Princess Diana?
She is not difficult to absorb, to be honest. And I wish that there was a sort of key to this magic trick. My only answer is that I took her into my physicality in a sort of emotional, spiritual way. I'm such a huge, enormous admirer of her, and it's hard to not be impacted by that energy. I just also luckily had a good 4 or 5 months to work with a beautiful coach, and I trust process. You know, it became really physical and muscular, and then once I got there, it was really important to focus on her spontaneity and her life. And I think every picture I've seen of her, every bit of footage I've seen of her, she is exuding life and just like kind of exploding alive. And so I couldn't make everything perfect and precise. You know, I still needed it to kind of live and breathe and feel unruly. I feel like when she walked in a room, it felt like you didn't know what was going to happen. And that could be projection, sort of maybe our memories of her and then knowing what happened. There's something about looking back, you know, hindsight is 20/20. Every time I look at her, I'm like, I get a little bit worried.
The film really captures that because there is a certain unpredictability about her. And it's a really interesting construct because this isn't supposed to be history. Yes, that scene really happened. It's something poetic. You take 3 days and imagine what those 3 days at Christmas toward the end of their relationship, what that might have been like. Is that what kind of drew you to it, this idea of artistic license based in someone we all know or feel like we know?
Yeah, I think that's what cinema gives us is sort of opportunity to dream and not necessarily just sort of regurgitate facts. You know, movies do the coolest thing. They take internal feelings and externalize them. This conversation is like literal and we're present, we're talking to each other now, but there are inner lives that people have that are incommunicable. And so I think all of the things that we know are true. As a cultural entity, as an audience, we bring all of those facts to the movie. You don't have to state them. I think by the end of the movie, we end on a sort of lighter note because she ultimately did find her liberation and she broke free and became embodied and articulate in the press and like organized interviews and was like, I'm going to speak for myself and have my boys and protect what really matters to me. And then at the end of the movie, what rushes in is the tragedy of what happened. And you go, oh man, you get to hold her whole life in these 3 days without having to sort of hit the nail on the head. It just feels more emotional.
Boy, it's amazing how movies can just transport you right into somebody else's life. All right, everybody, that was our big Oscars preview. What'd you think? Hold your thoughts there, unless they're good. Popstar Plus comes to a close. We hope you enjoyed it. Maybe you learned a thing or two. And of course, we're sending a very big good luck wishes to all of this year's nominees, both on camera and behind. We'll see you next time right here on Popstar Plus. Thanks for watching.
Oh, today all day, summer's officially here, so get outside, do something fun. Up next, Sama Dada is sharing the ultimate menu for a perfect picnic party in the park.
This is sort of like playing with Play-Doh, but it tastes good and it's edible. Play-Doh is not edible, I don't think. Play-Doh is edible? No. Why? There's no way. I just learned that Play-Doh is edible. Don't eat it, though. That's disgusting. Just eat these instead. In the summer months especially, it's really nice to get outside and take advantage of your local parks. And listen, I am your dream picnic guest because I never come without the most important thing, food. So I'm gonna show you how to make 2 of my favorite recipes for your next #picnic party, my easy homemade turmeric hummus, and my favorite spiced chickpea burgers with a delicious red pepper sauce. Some may say it's sacrilegious to make hummus with canned chickpeas, but you know what? Convenience is a gorgeous thing, and you can still get a really delicious result with the canned chickpeas that have been sort of hibernating at the back of your pantry for quite some time. If you're freaked out at all by making hummus at home, just don't be, because you know what? All you need to make it is a blender. So let's start. Starting with my canned chickpeas, adding these straight to the blender. They're so cute. I'm gonna go ahead and add my tahini. You cannot have hummus without tahini. It is like peanut butter and jelly, you know what I mean? So don't forget it. You just simply can't have hummus without it. It makes it nice and earthy and creamy and flavorful. Okay. Got those really savory flavors from that tahini, from the chicken. So now we need a little bit of tartness, and that's where lemon juice comes in. Just gonna roll the lemon to release some of that juice. Lemon juice going straight in my blender. It's gonna make this hummus really bright and zingy. I will warn you, once you learn how to make this hummus at home, you may never go back to store-bought. I'm sorry, but I'm just not sorry. Perfect. Lemon is done. Now I'm gonna add in my garlic. I like using raw garlic here because it has a really punchy, flavorful taste and all of that flavor in this hummus. Here's where we really spice it up, okay? We're gonna add my 3 favorite spices. I'm adding some cumin. Adding some paprika for a little hint of smoke and spice. And what would this turmeric hummus be without turmeric? It doesn't make sense. So I'm adding my turmeric in. Another reason I wanted to make a turmeric hummus is because of that gorgeous yellow color. So that's really gonna give that hummus that bright pop. It's gonna look really good on your table, I promise. Now I'm gonna add a little bit of salt and some freshly ground black pepper. Now I'm just gonna blend. In order to get this hummus super smooth, we're gonna add a little bit of water, tablespoon by tablespoon, until it reaches our desired consistency. For me, that's very smooth and velvety and luxurious. Starting with just a bit. The trick with this hummus to get it super velvety smooth is when you reach your desired consistency, blend it for an extra 3 or 4 more times. That's gonna make it even more smooth. Like, look at that. Oh my God, I cannot wait. Let me just adjust to taste. See if it needs anything. I mean, come on. It's perfect. I'm gonna add the hummus into my bowl. Have you ever seen anything this smooth in your life? No, right? Okay. Now, let me show you how to adorn this hummus. I'm gonna smooth it out. I created a little swoosh so that the olive oil and spices have a little home. Drizzle some olive oil on top. Sprinkling with a little bit of za'atar. If you don't know what za'atar is, it's a Middle Eastern spice blend with sumac, sesame seeds, and another host of spices. It's so good. If you don't have za'atar, don't worry, you can totally omit it, but I think it tastes amazing with it. I'm gonna add a touch of paprika just for a little color. This works as a nice contrast to that bright yellow that the turmeric gives this hummus. I mean, look at how pretty that is, right? But we're not done yet. I have this gorgeous platter of fresh vegetables here, and I'm just gonna cut them and adorn them around my hummus. If you don't feel like slicing your veggies yourself, no worries. You can buy it pre-cut. I've got some time on my hands. I mean, this is art. Monet? Is that you? It's me. I think I made a masterpiece. I'm not trying to be conceited, but like, are we all looking at the same thing here? Doesn't this make you want to be one of my picnic guests? Maybe? So pretty. Need to take a picture. My phone really does eat first. I know that's cliche, but it's true. Oh my God, I was immediately taken aback by how pretty this looked. I cracked myself up. I'm taking like 20,000 pictures. I think 12 would have been fine, but okay. I think I got the shot. Can confidently say I got the shot. I'm gearing up. Okay. This is the most both exciting and tragic part of making hummus, is that part where you ruin the art. But it's okay. This is what it's for. Okay, I'm going in. Did that make you all feel things? Because I just felt really emotional. Okay, ready to taste. It's so good. Something so flavorful paired with a simple, crisp vegetable, just like, these vegetables just gotta glow up. Thanks to this hummus, it's art. It's art. No picnic would be complete without a sandwich, so I'm gonna show you how to make my favorite chickpea burger with a red pepper sauce. I'm gonna go grab the ingredients.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To turn your favorite hummus into my red pepper special sauce, first cut 2 peppers in half and de-seed them. Then roast the red peppers at 450 degrees for about 25 minutes. After removing the peppers from the oven, they'll need to be steamed for 10 to 15 minutes. You can do this by inverting a glass bowl over the peppers onto a cutting board. Sealing the peppers creates steam, making it easier for the skins to peel right off. Remove the pepper peels and discard. Yep, they're a little slippery. Roughly chop the red peppers into large pieces. Add 2 cups of your favorite hummus to a high-speed blender. Homemade or store-bought will do just fine. Now, drop in your roasted red peppers. Blend the mixture until it's well combined and super smooth. Now, this special sauce is ready to be spread on anything your heart desires.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Having a good veggie burger recipe in your back pocket is sort of like having your best friend on speed dial. It's pretty useful. And I don't know if people are really using speed dial anymore, but you get the point. My chickpea burgers are deliciously spiced, they're super hearty, and they're perfect for when you want something substantial that still happens to be plant-based. First things first, I want this burger to have a lot of complex layers of flavor, so I'm gonna saute some onion and garlic to put in it. Just gonna dice my red onion. I'm only using half here. I'm using a red onion here because I really like that it adds that nice sweetness. It's gonna be so good in this veggie burger. Also, aesthetically speaking, I know it's what's on the inside that counts, but aesthetically speaking, these red onions are really pretty. That purpley red, we love it. Red onions are diced. I'm now gonna mince my garlic. Great way to mince garlic. All you're gonna do is take your clove, use the flat edge of your knife, get some of your aggression out, and then start mincing. I'm gonna do this with all of the rest of my cloves. Garlic, it's our friend, okay? You may smell like garlic for 3 days after cooking with it, but it's worth it. It's worth the price you have to pay. We wanna extract all of that garlicky flavor. It's so good. And we're mincing it really finely so that we can get out all of that flavor, all of that aroma, all of that garlic perfume that will plague you for the next 3 days. All right. Now I'm gonna heat my pan and add some olive oil. My oil is shimmering, and now I'm gonna go ahead and add my onions. Got some resistant ones in here. Don't worry, you're gonna become a burger. Something to celebrate. All right. We want these onions to be tender, translucent, starting to brown around the edges. When we get a little bit of that caramelization, it's gonna impart so much flavor onto these burgers. And you might be wondering, why didn't we add the garlic with the onions? But we can't do that because the garlic takes a lot less time to cook, so if we added with the onions, it would burn, and that's not cute. My onions look perfect. They're nice and golden brown around the edges. They're tender, translucent, which means it's time for the garlic. Okay. Doesn't need too much time to become a little brown, about 2 minutes. Don't forget, and I'm reminding you here, to season with salt and pepper. Flavor is our friend. We always want more of it. Okay, this looks amazing. The garlic is nice and golden. It's got some color. I'm gonna set this aside to cool and then get to work on the base of my burger. For the base of this burger, I'm starting with some cashews. I know that sounds crazy, but cashews are buttery and delicious. They really allow this veggie burger to be hearty and meaty without any actual meat. So I'm gonna add that into my food processor. I'm using raw cashews here, unsalted, completely raw. This is important. All I'm gonna do is process these cashews into a nice fine powder, kind of like a flour. Looks pretty good. All right, this looks perfect. Let me just show you the texture real quick. It's sort of like this nice flour, you can see. It's gonna be a really hearty base for this burger. Okay, cashews are done. Now we're gonna move on to the rest of my ingredients. Now I'm gonna add some flaxseed meal. This is gonna be really great as a binder for these burgers. It's sort of like a vegan replacement for an egg. Okay, looking cozy in there. And because I can't live my life without any spice, it just simply is not possible, I'm gonna add my spices. Starting with a little paprika. And just know, these spices aren't gonna make it spicy, right? It's gonna be flavorful, it's gonna add a lot of body and taste. That's what we like. A little bit of turmeric. Yum. Some cumin. And finally, some coriander. This is a chickpea burger, so we gotta add our chickpeas. These are just drained. And now we're gonna process. It's okay if this mixture isn't fully pulverized. It's kind of nice to have a little bit of that chickpea texture, so don't sweat it if you've got a little chickpea hanging out in there. Now I'm just gonna add some olive oil, and then remember my onions and garlic from earlier? These are going in there as well. A little olive oil. And then my onions and garlic. Perfect. Okay, you probably guessed this, but we're gonna process one more time. My mixture is looking amazing. Gonna transfer it to a bowl. Just transferred my patty mixture into my bowl, and you'll notice it's kind of thick and sticky, which is great because then we'll be able to form it into patties really nicely. Because I want this to have a little bit of zest, a little bit of something herby, I'm just gonna add some cilantro in here. You can totally use parsley if cilantro freaks you out, I won't judge you. I'm just gonna roughly tear them. I like those big pieces of herbs, but if you want it smaller, you can totally chop it. Okay. Mix that in. And now we're ready to form them into patties. A couple things I wanna do before I form these into patties. First, remove all my rings, because I wear like 12,000. And now I'm gonna oil my hands just to make sure that nothing sticks to them. Just a little on here, just a little. Using extra virgin olive oil. I think you're moisturizing your hands, but you're really just prepping to make your burgers. Okay, here we go. It's very fun, very therapeutic, and look how well this sticks together. So I'm gonna form these into like a little ball at first, and then I'll flatten them out into patties. You can really make these as big or as small as you'd like. I'm going for like a major burger situation, but you can also make little small burgers as well if you want little bite-sized snacks, if you want to throw them on a salad. They're very versatile. See how virtually nothing is sticking to my hands? We can thank the extra virgin olive oil for that. You've got a lot of really hearty elements in this burger, the cashews, the chickpeas. It allows it to stick together, but also allows you to feel really satiated. It's really delicious and just a really great way to eat a veggie burger that's exciting. I'm gonna put these in the oven at 375 degrees for about 15 to 20 minutes. Make sure you flip them once halfway through baking. And if you don't wanna eat them now, don't worry, you can freeze them for another day. They're perfect for meal prep.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Time to give yourself an entire body reset.
Let's go.
The new approach to saving our planet. Simple life swaps, great for the environment.
This is quite the spring break crowd.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I mean, is this a joke? Look at this. That crisp golden exterior? It looks so beautiful. If you did want it to be a little more crisp on the outside, feel free to sear them. But to me, this looks perfect. It's time to assemble my burger. I'm very excited. I've got my bun, got my onto my bun. It's like it was meant to be there. It's almost upsetting how perfect it looks on that burger bun. Okay, here we go. Gonna add a little fresh tomato and some lettuce for some greens in my life. Okay, time for that other bun. I mean, come on, look at that. Doesn't that look good? Look at the colors. I gotta take a picture. Doesn't it look good? Okay. Oh my God, look at that. All of those layers of flavor. That looks really good. Okay, is it time? I'm nervous I'm not gonna eat this in a cute way at all, but I guess it really doesn't matter. Okay, here I go. I'm gonna go from this side. This seems more approachable to me. Okay, here we go. I mean, this chickpea burger is so well spiced, so well seasoned. I think I need another bite. It seems like I must take another bite. Okay. It's just simply not right. It's simply not right how good it is. That red pepper special sauce though, ties everything together. See, this is why I'm everyone's favorite picnic guest. I do stuff like this, and then they always invite me again. You can be that person too. I'm speechless. I'm speechless. I'm speechless. Okay, I'm going in. Someone has to stop me. Someone has to stop me. I'm gonna keep eating this. No one's gonna stop me? Okay. All right. Going to Central Park is one of my favorite things to do in New York. It's the perfect place for a picnic party. I invited my sister and my best friend for a little afternoon lunch. Hey! Come on. Okay guys, look at my crudité prata.
Yeah, I'm eyeballing it.
I cannot live my life without hummus, and I love bringing it to a picnic because it's easy to pack and snack on. We love a fresh veg.
And
yeah, hummus is so good. Don't you think?
Hummus is so good.
My chickpea burger is one of my favorite plant-based meals. It's hearty and comforting, plus it's great hot or room temp. Oh, I like that you're taking photos. That makes me happy. Are you contemplating? Okay, cheers. 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 Cheers.
It looks like Shake Shack, honestly.
It looks like Shake Shack. It's nice. Okay. Doesn't it? This looks fake.
like a Krabby Patty.
There's nothing I love more than sharing my food with the people that I love, and a picnic is a great place to do it.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Okay, if you feel like the life you're living is not the one you had hoped for, you definitely want to hear this story.
Yeah, it's about a woman named Danielle who found the courage to create the life she'd always envisioned for herself. Take a look.
I just felt like, there was something wrong with me. And I don't know, I remember having this equation in my head, like maybe you get one thing, but you don't get another. Maybe you get a career, but you don't get love.
Danielle Gelfand is a writer and TV producer who spent her 20s and 30s helping singles find love in reality shows like Why Am I Still Single?
Hello.
Hi. But at the same time, she put her own love story on the back burner.
My friends were dating and going to parties and, meeting guys. And, I kind of had this shameful secret, which is I'd never been on a date. I was a virgin. Part of it is that I thought I was super overweight, but a lot of it was that, my dad had suffered from depression when I was a teenager.
A few weeks into her freshman year of college, her father died by suicide.
And I just froze. I think that all these things, I felt really unlovable.
In 2002, Danielle was in Tokyo filming a documentary about Mariah Carey when she started to think differently about her future.
It was Thanksgiving and I was alone. Being in that hotel room by myself, I realized I had to change. So when I came home, I was still a virgin. I was in my early 30s. I had never dated and I went online and I'm like, I'm gonna go on my first date. It was scary. It was really scary.
But Danielle put her fear aside and made love a priority.
Every week I did something to move my life forward. Like maybe I couldn't get an online date, but I went to speed dating.
Her first relationship ended after a year and left her questioning if she would ever find the one.
I was in my gynecologist's office. I just said to him, you know what? I'm 39. I don't think marriage and kids is gonna happen. I just started crying. And, he said, think about freezing your eggs. I told a close friend and she said to me, I didn't know you wanted to be a mother this badly. And I said, you know what? Until this moment, neither did I.
Almost 5 years later, she received a fortuitous message from OkCupid.
I had gotten an email from them that said, hey, this amazing guy is a 99% match. Do you want to give him a shot? I looked at George's profile. He was adorable. I was like, of course. I just remember running into this bar and he was there and he just had this great smile. And I sat down and, the conversation was so easy.
But my first impression was just like warmth and fun. That was I just kind of had that feeling right away.
It was the first time in a long time, that I hadn't looked at my watch or been like, oh, okay,
When Danielle returned to the fertility center to unfreeze her eggs, she was not alone. She had George by her side.
Sitting in that waiting room was the most romantic day of my life, I think.
The romance continued with a proposal on the Brooklyn Bridge Promenade. 10 months later, Danielle gave birth to a baby girl, Colette. She was 45 years old.
We had this miracle pregnancy and I got to experience that and to experience motherhood, which completely, again, rewrote how I viewed my own past.
Now a family of 3, Danielle and George were ready to make their marriage official. They tied the knot in 2019.
So at 48, I was going to be the bride, and I didn't even realize it was my dream. I never even imagined that I could be a bride have my mom walk me on one arm and Colette on the other to George. I never had empathy for my younger self. I was so harsh on her, and in that moment, I had all the love in the world for her to say thank you, for all the risks she took, and for keeping moving forward and giving the future me a chance.
A future filled with love and family. Can you handle it?
What a beautiful story. And now Danielle is writing a memoir about her life. What a story.
Oh, that was beautiful. All right, we're going to be back right after this. Wow.
I love it.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. It is good to have you with us.
So delighted we're together.
We're together.
I make Pop-Tarts.
Yeah, see? So this show is for you, my friend.
We got a huge, beautiful crowd.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Well, Maria is hanging out with us this morning, and she has a fascinating look at a growing trend in relationships, older women dating younger men.
Yes, well, there's long been a double standard in age gaps in couples. No one bats an eye when an older man dates a younger woman, but society often judges relationships when the roles are reversed. But now surveys show relationships between older women and younger men are becoming really common. So we sat down with several couples and a dating expert to find out why.
Mrs. Robinson, you're trying to seduce me.
It's been called the Mrs. Robinson syndrome, older women going after much younger men. These kinds of couples have been in the Hollywood spotlight for decades, but now experts say they're becoming more mainstream. One survey found 81% of women are open to dating someone 10 years younger than them, and nearly 90% of men are interested in dating someone 10 years older. Matchmaker Julie Spira says she sees it all the time.
Women are now going to be dating like men.
What does that mean, women are now going to be dating like men?
These days, women have the economic power. They've got great careers, so they aren't necessarily looking for somebody to be their equal on a bank statement.
To find out why, we gathered 3 couples whose age differences ranged from 6 years to 16 years to 20 years.
I am 46 years old.
I'm 26 years old.
You may recognize Tracy and her boyfriend Eric from the hit Bravo TV show $1 Million Listing LA. She's a successful real estate agent. He was her personal trainer, and he asked her out. What made you go like, let's go?
The younger girls, they really don't know what they want. They're kind of lost, and then I feel lost, and then I saw her confidence, and I was so attracted by just how she works really hard for what she wants.
Until I met Eric, I went out with a ton of men who were attracted innately to the fact that I was confident, successful, until we were alone. And then it was like, oh, I don't want you to have too much of an opinion. Right. I like the idea of you, but not really.
Teresa and Laquelle also make more money than their partners, Colin and Malik. But they say the emotional support these younger men give them is far more fulfilling than having a financial breadwinner.
The more we continued, I realized that he was providing in a different way.
He's providing in a different way. In what way is he a provider?
Communication. I definitely think he's a better communicator than me. I think this generation, I believe that they're more fearless. They're able to say how they feel in that moment, handle it, and move forward.
You know, I'm not concerned with my woman making more money than me at all.
That doesn't threaten your manhood.
No. I think the younger generation of men see that being a good partner is like, you know, making sure your woman's fulfilled emotionally and mentally and physically.
These couples say the hardest part is dealing with outside judgments, that their relationships are just about sex or money.
They were kind of thinking like, oh, Colin found a sugar mama. And they just think I sit around.
You're a gold digger.
Yeah.
A lot of the judgment actually comes from women. With the movements that have been happening, why now would you choose to judge another woman for embracing her sexuality and her own strength and choosing to date someone younger? That would never be judged by a man dating 30 or 40 years younger.
Do any of you women worry about he's going to wake up and want a girl who's 26?
You know, in the beginning, I think it was definitely a part of our conversation, like, are you going to trade me in for a younger model? And his, answer was, well, you might trade me in for a younger model.
So to some woman who's sitting out there who's in her late 40s, her 50s, her 60s, and who's like going like, what would you say to her?
I say, put yourself out there. Why? The pool is already so small to find the right person for yourself. Why are we making it even smaller? Men don't. Why should women?
Great answer. One study by the Kinsey Institute found that older women and younger men partners report the highest level of satisfaction of any kind of couple. And these couples really show how gender roles are changing in relationships and becoming more fluid for the better. And they were very confident, these women. And I found them incredibly inspiring.
Yeah, I'm curious, have you interviewed any of the women who have kids who maybe have an issue with their mom dating a younger man?
Yeah, you just heard from her. She has two, Tracy, the real estate agent, she has two teenage daughters, and no issue. They're like, we're happy to see our mom happy. And she points out that, Eric is not trying to be their father. He's actually helping them get in shape. So I think that also confirms, kids want to see their parents happy.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
We're going to share some ways to improve our relationships.
Why are you looking at me?
I don't know. I just
why wouldn't she? It'd be weird if she was looking at me. Anyway, here to help is dating expert and founder of Smart Dating Academy, Bella Gandhi. Bella, good morning.
Hi, Bella.
Good morning.
Okay, so you work with so many different people as a dating coach and finding the right partner. It's not always easy. When people come to you, how do you start? How do you set this up?
So we help people across the board. We're like personal trainers for their love lives. So helping them to really think about partners that are going to make them happy, and then getting out and finding them and then keeping them.
Oh, okay. That is quite the service.
Yeah, what goes into that maintenance?
Well, I don't know if we want to talk about that, do we?
Sorry.
Anyway, so what kind of mindset should you have?
So you should have what we call a psychotically optimistic mindset. Know that love exists for you, your love can get better, and know that relationships are work, right? It's like anything you do in your life. If you want to get fit, you're going to have to commit to it and do some work to get there. But know that everything is possible for you in 2022.
Bella, you've got some tips for all different categories of people. So let's start with new couples or those who've been together for less than a year. How can these new couples go about making their relationships stronger?
Okay, so the first new term for 2022 is hardballing. And if you're in a new relationship, sometimes we wait to say, oh, I don't know if I want to tell this person that I actually want a serious relationship or that I want something that leads to marriage. No, put it out there, hardball it. People want authenticity and they want to know where you stand, and you deserve what you want. So don't hold back. Say what you mean what you say, and put it out there. And then for couples that are new and maybe not able to be together because of Omicron or whatever it is, use video to keep that connection alive. Don't just text or talk on the phone. Put video up, have sushi together, cook dinner together. It builds a more magical connection and keeps it strong. And importantly, if you're a new couple and you start spending time together and you notice that there are red flags and your gut starts telling you something is wrong, don't ignore those red flags. If somebody is negative, critical, don't sweep that stuff under the rug and have this mindset of scarcity that you're not going to find someone else. Cut bait soon and don't accept the red flags.
Yeah. Don't think I can change them, right? It's probably a common mistake. I'm so glad that we didn't have that issue. We're a long-term couple, so can you help? How do we keep the spark alive? People, well, not us personally.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Thank you for clarifying. People in general who might be watching. Right.
This is just
I knew this was going to go off
This
the
is a
rails.
trap.
I'm part of a long-term couple too, so I can speak to this. Doing something new together is the first thing that is fun. Think about it. Do you want to take tango dance lessons?
No.
Do you want to take a great trip together? No. Okay, let's say you wanted to take tango dance lessons together. Doing something new can generate adrenaline, and adrenaline builds attraction. So that's one. And the second thing you can do, and we do this in our house all the time, when we leave, you give each other a hug, a peck on the cheek, bye. Instead, I want you to do a 20-second hug. It's conscious and it's intentional and it feels long, but when you do it, you melt into each other and you generate oxytocin, which is the attachment hormone. And gentlemen, if your women are feeling emotionally attracted, they're going to be more physically attracted, and you know what I mean. And then speaking of the emotional connection, look for 3 nice things that you could say to your partner every day. Sometimes we overlook those things and it feels like we take each other for granted. Look for, maybe they bring you hot coffee in bed every day. Text them something nice, but 3 nice things. I call it fill your emotional bucket.
Those are great tips.
That's great.
so nice.
Bella, if you could just hold on a second. I'd like to see that 20-second hug.
Right now?
Right now.
On
I'm
TV.
so
On
glad
TV.
you asked.
Come on, here we go.
Oh, it's so.
Oh, this isn't awkward at all. Yeah, we're wrapping it up here. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Time to give yourself an entire body reset.
Let's go.
The new approach to saving our planet. Simple life swaps, great for the environment.
This is quite the spring break crowd.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. It's good to have you with us. So delighted we're together. We're together.
I make Pop-Tarts.
Yeah, see? So this show is for you, my friend.
We got a huge, beautiful crowd. Looking forward to hearing this next story. It has all the makings of a Hollywood movie, a prison break, a new identity, and a second chance.
Get this, it centers around a man named Bobby Love, who lived most of his life with a very big secret.
I mean, guys, he even hid it from his wife, Cheryl, until his past caught up with him. They share their story in a new book, The Redemption of Bobby Love, a story of faith, family, and justice.
I say my prayers when I go to bed. I say my prayers when I get up in the morning. I'm the most fortunate person that I know, really.
We're sitting right here and now. We're holding hands. I'm with him, loving him.
Yes.
Bobby and Cheryl Love met in the early 80s while working at a Brooklyn medical center.
I was a dietary aide, and Bobby at that time was a pot washer.
They wed in 1985, had 4 children, and built a beautiful family. While working multiple jobs, Bobby still made time to coach Little League and serve as a church deacon.
I never got in any type of trouble. I was straight and narrow on my jobs.
Cheryl, what was he like?
He was a smart guy. He made people laugh. He made me laugh. I mean, I felt good around him.
But then, on one fateful day in 2015, a door knock changing everything. And a secret Bobby was hiding for nearly 4 decades came to light.
This is where it happened.
Tell me about that day when your life changed.
I was fixing a cup of tea, and there was this loud knock at the door. Bam, bam. So I just went and opened the door, and lo and behold, FBI, the New York City Police, with their guns drawn. Stand back, ma'am. You don't know who this is. What? And I'm looking at Bobby, like, honey, what are they talking about? But he's not looking at me. I'm crying. It's just overwhelming.
They said to me, "What's your name?" I said, "Bobby Love." He said, "No, I want your real name." Then I said, "Walter Curtis Miller."
Turns out Bobby was a fugitive from North Carolina who had changed his identity, but Cheryl never knew. What happened? What was the turn where you came off the path?
You know, being in the Jim Crow South, the opportunities was limited. I mean, I was young. I just wanted more than what I had. And I started stealing.
Back in 1971, he was arrested and charged with armed robbery, then convicted and sentenced to 25 to 30 years. In 1977, escaping from a prison transport bus.
When the bus got to a certain point, making a turn on that intersection, I jumped off the back of the bus.
Where do you go?
I found my way to the bus station in Raleigh.
With a one-way ticket to New York City, he turns himself into Bobby Love and meets Cheryl. Are you thinking, Bobby, at some point, do I tell this young woman about my past?
I found Cheryl to be very honest about everything. She would probably would have told me to turn myself in.
Would you have?
Absolutely.
In the back of your mind, are you worried that someday that past is going to come knocking on your door?
Not at that time.
How come?
I said to myself, I'm not ever getting any more trouble.
Now, arrested again, Bobby was extradited to North Carolina, back to prison.
The lawyer in New York, when he had got arrested that day, she called me. She goes, Cheryl, so when you go to see Bobby, you're going to say, I'm here to see Walter Curtis Miller. When I hung that phone up, I said to my daughter, oh, that's your father's name.
While you're in there, do you think about the people that you might have wronged?
Yes, I do. I was at a place now where, I'm regretting a lot of things. I'm, starting my journey, my walk, and believing in God.
What was this like for you during this time when he was in jail?
I said, you're going to get out of there. You've been doing the right thing. God will forgive you for your past. And, I forgive you. I want you to forgive yourself, too.
Bobby was paroled in 2016. Today, the Loves, walking fully in their truth, with hope that this story of faith in each other resonates. Are you guys proof that there is redemption?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Turning your life around. There's always room for that.
And he is free now.
Wow.
Yeah, it's an amazing story. He's on parole until 2024, and when he asked one of the officers, he goes, how did you find me? Are you looking for me? He said, no. They said, no, somebody turned you in. And
No.
yeah, after all that time, and he thinks it was somebody that is related. So.
Wow. This love kept them together.
How long was he in prison? Do you know?
Just for a couple of years, less than 2 years. But the redemption of Bobby Love is out now. Head to today.com for more information.
You don't have to look any further than the latest royal dust-up between Prince Harry, Meghan, and the Queen to know family dynamics play a huge role in relationships.
They surely do, and that's exactly the point of the Oprah Winfrey Network series, Family or Fiancé. So this is what happens. It puts engaged couples and their families under the same roof for 3 days in an attempt to help them work out their differences.
So juicy, and doling out her best advice on the series is relationship expert Tracy McMillan, author of 3 books and the viral blog, which I'm sure y'all all read, Why You're Not Married, which was one of the most viewed articles on the Huffington Post for more than 2 years.
Also licensed and marriage and family therapist George James is here. Hello, you two.
Hello.
Okay, this show is terrifying, I just want to say. The idea that people are living under the same roofs. And do you think are marriages or stronger as a result of this, or do they break up because of this?
Well, you know what they do? They find where they're supposed to be. So if you're supposed to break up, meaning if that's what's in the highest good of this relationship, we redefine happy ending. Happy ending is just where you end up where you're supposed to end up without having to walk down the aisle if that's the way it is, or many couples end up much stronger and the families grow a lot closer. Amazing things happen on the show.
So George, are some of these themes of family dynamics, are these things you see in your daily practice?
Yeah, I actually see it pretty often. It's a negotiation that has to happen for you to have a good relationship. Where's the couple and where's the family? And to figure that out between you as a relationship and those around you who support you.
A lot of people, they have in-laws, but their in-laws don't live down the street. They see them twice a year. So what if you don't get along? Like Christmas and Thanksgiving, everybody's happy, and then you go back to your respective camps.
Well, what's interesting is that a lot of couples' issues actually originate in the family. So when you have the couples and the families under the same roof, it's really like the cause and the effect are in the same room.
It's all part of the system.
We should get to some specific scenarios from
people
this
want
show.
your advice, okay?
Right? Okay, so let's start with this couple who's dealing with insecurity in the relationship.
Okay.
Because I got women sitting on this couch who go through a phone and like there's...
He has all my passwords.
I'd be like, oh, so-and-so hit you up. You want to respond? Do you want me to respond?
Okay.
It's almost like she's waiting to find something, but there's literally been nothing.
People, I know a lot of people who do that. They think he must be cheating because my last boyfriend did.
Yeah.
But also having the passwords, like, do you recommend that?
No, this couple has no boundaries, basically. She's really operating from a place of insecurity, and she needs to go through his phone in order to try to find some security there, but that's not where trust happens. Trust happens between the two people.
You need trust in a relationship, right? If you don't have it, it's only going to destroy it. It's like a seed that just keeps growing and growing, and then at the end of the day, you're going to break up.
Some people cry old tears. It's like their old pain is brought to their new relationship, and they can't separate those two. So
huge issue where they haven't resolved the past relationship before getting into the new one. And people think marriage is going to solve a problem. In fact, it only makes it worse.
All right, next couple here is dealing with a mom who's having trouble letting go of her son. Okay, take a look.
I'm asking for you to be an adult and be mature and say, hey, you know, I love my son. And if that makes you happy, I support that. That's the kind of mother I wish I had.
Wow. Okay, wait. So what happens here?
Well, a lot of times the parent doesn't want to let go. Right? And in this case, he needed to divorce his mom before he could marry his fiancée. But this is not uncommon.
You know, what happens is that people don't develop adult-to-adult relationship. They stay in the parent-child relationship, and when now you get a partner, it's hard to now have a partner and a mother versus two adults working together.
Who does the spouse choose? So they have to make a decision.
You have to choose the partner.
Yeah.
And then, by the way, what should the spouse do? What should the woman do in that scenario?
Well, she has to say, I have to come first.
Right.
I have to come first.
Sorry, as well as it's important for that person to say, I need you to advocate for me,
That's
because
right.
if I do it, it's going to look really bad.
So, Terry, what does the show look like, just for people who want to watch it? Tell us what it looks like.
It's really about, there's a lot of healing that happens. There are tears, there's love, there's laughter. You see issues that you've seen in your own relationships, that are in your friends' relationships, in your friends' families, and it's really kind of a beautiful thing.
So you think it'll help those watching too?
Oh, no question about it.
Navigate
When
their own.
I sit across these couples and I'm like, oh, wow, that's me right there.
Yeah, you see it too.
You
These
see
are the same
yourself
couples I
in
see
it.
every day in my practice.
Exactly.
Like, it's real life, it's real situations.
Wow,
It's
pretty
awesome.
cool. Can't wait to see it. You can catch Family or Fiancé Saturday nights on Oprah Winfrey's network.
I like it.
Now, you know that one of my favorite people on earth is Laverne Cox. Laverne has, we all knew her from Orange is the New Black, but we've known her in a bunch of things ever since. Hi, Laverne.
Hello, Hoda.
We're thrilled that you're with us. And you know what's funny, Laverne? I was just Googling around, and it had a list of actors who almost quit before their big break, who almost said, that's enough,
Yeah.
And the number of people who were so graced to be able to see in great movies and films and did not stop. And you were on that list.
Yeah.
It said that, just before Orange is the New Black, I think were you 40 at that point?
I was, yeah. In 2012, 10 years ago, my goodness, I turned 40. I turned 50 in May, and I turned 40 and sort of just had a breakdown. I was like, I'm 40. I'm in rent arrears for my apartment. I'm in student loan debt, credit card debt. Like, all my dreams that I had sort of had for so long had not come true. And I thought it was time to get a real job, and like, I was going to go back to graduate school. I started studying for the GRE, and I was trying to figure out like what I was going to study and what schools I was going to apply to. And the Orange is the New Black audition happened. So, yeah.
Did you go in there thinking it's this or nothing? Like, was it that kind of pressure on you, or were you sort of like, you know what, I haven't had any luck, I'm just going to get this over with and then go find my other job?
It was, let's get it over with, strangely enough. Wow. I love I've always loved acting. So I took the audition seriously because I loved my work. But I think because I let acting go, I didn't go in like, God, I hope I get it. Or there was none of that. I went in with just like, okay, what else? I did the work and I was happy about the work. And then I was like, okay, I got to get these grad school applications in and get on with it. And I booked the job
And so when you got the call, please tell me, because like you rarely get to watch someone's life change. For you, it was, I don't know if you learned from a phone call or how you learned, but
I did. I remember being in the East Village, and my manager, Paul, calls me, and he only really called when I had booked something. Yeah. And so I was like, oh, and so the weird thing is I was in the street and I was like, oh my God, cool. Cause like I had I write down, 5 things I'm grateful for every day and 5 things I'm manifesting. And a recurring role in a TV show was one of the things on my list since for a couple of years, actually. Mm-hmm. And finally it had come true. But at 10 years ago, I was like, oh, I'm doing a web series on Netflix. Netflix was still like the DVD place. Like they hadn't done an original series yet. So I would tell people, oh, I'm doing this like little thing, this web series on Netflix. And in Netflix 10 years ago, they didn't have any original shows yet. When we started shooting, House of Cards hadn't premiered yet. They had done Lilyhammer, but like no one knew about Lilyhammer, bless their hearts. So I was just so happy to be working now. It was a union job. Mm-hmm. And then like Jodie Foster directed me in like my backstory episode. And I was just so happy to be in the work. And that first season, because it was Netflix, there was no pressure because it was like, I was like, I hope people watch this. I had no anticipation that people would even watch it. My hope was like, I hope at least industry people watch it, see that I could act, and maybe I'll get more work. That was literally what I said to my manager. I was like, and then I was like, let me work this, let me work this opportunity and milk it and try to build a brand that extends beyond this show. That's what was in my head. It wasn't that we would have 7 seasons, that I would get an Emmy nomination, be on the cover of Time magazine, and get 3 more Emmy nominations. None of that was in my mind. It was like, can I get another job afterwards?
It's so crazy. I mean, this speaks to pressure and how you feel. Like you were saying, you're on a Netflix show. It didn't really have any pressure. And all of a sudden, you just got to be you. And if you walked into this saying, look, this thing is a success. You've got to ride this horse. You've got to do really well. I mean, I don't know how you would have done, but because you had the freedom to be you.
And I think mindset is so important going into things, for Inventing Anna, the show, my new Netflix show that's premiering on Friday. I play a personal trainer and life coach by the name of Casey Duke, who I had the incredible honor of meeting. And she's an incredibly positive, upbeat person. She has a mantra for everything. And there was a part of me after meeting with her, after talking with my acting coach and doing like all my sort of internal work, there was a part of me that was sort of skeptical of the positivity that she always was in, believe it or not. Why? And then I remembered that she said, because I'm just kind of cynical and and I remember she said she did fitness competitions when she was younger. And I was like, oh, she's an elite athlete. And they think differently and pressure is different and mindset is different. So I went to a sports psychologist actually and did like 3 or 4 sessions with a sports psychologist to kind of get into the mindset of how elite athletes think. And like the pressure piece is something that you really, it's so hard for me, because there's this show for Laverne, when there is pressure, I've been in situations where there's pressure post Orange is the New Black, and I felt it. And the expectation. And it's really different when you don't put any on you. And you hear a lot of elite athletes, I'm a big tennis fan. And like, I'll, watch Serena Williams say, oh, I don't feel any pressure. I'm just playing. And it's Serena Williams. And she said that when she was going for the calendar Grand Slam. Oh, there's no pressure. I'm just having fun. You have to really let go of the pressure as much as possible or embrace it and use it. But that using it is tricky. I think that ultimately preparation, and hopefully that will override the sort of nerves. But the nerves can take you out of it, particularly as an artist, as an actor.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Time to give yourself an entire body reset.
Let's go.
The new approach to saving our planet. Simple life swaps, great for the environment.
This is quite the spring break crowd.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's talk about this this show. It's a Netflix series. It's called Inventing Anna. First of all, I love Right When It Rolls because it's like this is a true story except for the parts we made up. But this is really based on a true story about this imposter, this fraud, this phony who has a way of spinning a web that everybody seems to like nod their head and go, maybe she's right. Maybe this is true. Tell us about her and your role with her.
Yeah, it's based on a true story of a woman named Anna Delvey, aka Anna Sorokin, and she is a Russian woman who pretended to be a German heiress, and she created this persona and made everyone believe that she had all this money. And the idea was she wants to create the Anna Delvey Foundation, and a sort of place like Soho House where they would curate art. And she faked these financial documents so she can get a loan. But then to get the loan, she needed to convince architects and designers and chefs that she was the real deal. And so she went on this elaborate scheme to do that. And then also, you know, she would go and stay in hotels and then put down a credit card, and then like they would try to charge the credit card later and it wouldn't work. And they were like, do you have another form of payment? And then she's like, I'll send you a wire transfer. And the wire transfer would never come. And there were many times that hotels would confiscate her belongings because she didn't pay. She would get kicked out, or then all of a sudden she would figure out how to pay. And she bribed her way into a private jet and got that for free. And the sort of climax of our show is a trip that actually happened to Marrakesh, where she ends up, her alleged friend, Rachel, who's a real person, who is a photo editor at Vanity Fair, ends up charging $65,000 on her personal and corporate Vanity Fair cards. And Anna was supposed to be paying for everything because she was allegedly this rich German heiress. So you watch it and it's Shonda Rhimes. So you know that with Shonda Rhimes, she's going to give you twists and turns. During table reads, I would be gasping and like saying, oh my God. And I knew the story. Like this is a story that we followed that was a true story. So I knew what was going to happen, but you're still kind of like, no, please, oh my God, this is crazy. It's so like intense in like the best possible way, where you're just like, it's so addictive. And so like I watched it in like 2 days, and I was like in Paris trying to go to couture shows, and I was like, I want to get back and watch our show. Which is so, and it's so hard for me to watch myself on camera, but I was so engrossed in the story and everything that was going on that I couldn't look away.
What's the you don't like watching yourself piece of this?
I'm very critical of my work. Some things are easier. I think with this one specifically, speaking of pressure, the pressure of playing a real life person who is alive and well and walking around, that number of people know is that I'm really, really nervous about that. And I don't know if Casey's seen it yet, but I had the immense pleasure of meeting Casey. She's a personal trainer, so I worked out with her. I had a 4-hour lunch with her after that workout where she told me her whole life story, which is riveting. This woman was one of the co-founders of Equinox. She opened the first 3 Equinox gyms in New York City to help design the space, hired all the staff. She has trained everyone from Denzel Washington to Lenny Kravitz to Dakota Johnson to, I mean, you name it, all these celebrities for like, you know, past 25 years. She had a workout class that was one of the most popular workout classes in the 80s that Madonna went to. Madonna used to go to her exercise class in the 80s. She's a legend in the fitness business. And she's someone that I think more people should know, but don't know. And she's just an incredible human being, and she's deeply inspiring. I hope she's pleased with what we did with her and her story. People who watch it say she's the most sane character in the show. Definitely probably of the group, the only one who doesn't have an ulterior motive with Anna beyond just trying to help her. Most everyone else is trying to get something from her.
Is this the first time you've worked with Shonda Rhimes, or have you worked with her previously?
Well, my podcast, the Laverne Cox Show, is produced by Shondaland Audio. But this is the first time I've worked with Shonda as an actor.
And what is that like? Yeah.
For me, I am such a ginormous fan. So I was just like, oh my God. Just walking into a table read with her there is an incredible experience. Just hearing her words and the writing team's words out loud is incredible. But then to watch her take notes during a table read, and then the next draft of the script that you get after the table read, after she's finessed the story. Like I feel like in her sleep, she can give you the twists and turns and the oh my gods and the suspenseful stuff. I feel like in her sleep, she can do that. But to get to the truth of the story and the characters, I feel like she's always in that process in a really deep, profound, process way. Like she's really, really, really smart. And then the experience with all of the producers and everyone that she hires, they take such good care of you. You're taken such good care of, and you feel protected and safe. We went to Marrakesh, and everything was just the very best. And that's Shonda. That's what it means to be in a Shonda production, that you get incredible material. I mean, the writing, and you have to be exactly precise. Some shows you work on, they let you ad lib. You cannot ad lib on a Shonda Rhimes show. What is on the page is what is, but you want to get it right. You want to say these words because they're so good. You want to say them exactly the way they're written because there's so much there. There's so much juice there. So like knowing it has to be exactly right. And I was fine with that, and I was good with that. But it's just another level. It's all layer upon layer, and it was a delight, and it was wonderful. I hope Shonda says, Laverne, come on back. Let's do something else. That would be amazing.
Well, you are such a delight. I just inspired every time we have a conversation together. I want everyone to check out Netflix's series. It's called Inventing Anna. Laverne, thank you.
Thank you. It's
great
good to see you.
We'll see you soon, and hopefully in person.
Absolutely.
Let's go. We got Jeff Goldblum on deck. He'll be with us right after this on The Hoda Show.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Time to give yourself an entire body reset.
Let's go.
The new approach to saving our planet. Simple life swaps, great for the environment.
This is quite the spring break crowd. What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Jeff, at this moment in your career, this moment, it's like, I feel like your career keeps hitting. Like most people have a trajectory of their career. You have like this upward trajectory, I feel like. It's not, I don't know, like new people keep discovering you, that they found you for the first time. There's something about that. And is that just because you're a curious guy who just keeps learning, or what is that?
Well, if credit goes to anywhere, I think it's luck. Of course, it's all fleeting, as we know. Yeah. Things are in great fluid movement. And so especially everything that goes up is going to come down at some point. But for right now, I'm in a kind of a growth spurt. That's right. Maybe there's something about my vibrations that are attracting new and interesting opportunities. For instance, I'll bet you, I think we talked about it before. I have a new kind of family. In the last 10 years, Emily and I have been together. And these two boys are now 6 and 4. I'll be darned. Oh my gosh! And if there isn't a more intoxicating stimulant than that, and a centerer and rooter, it's that, as you know.
How is that? Like, how has having kids that age at this stage in your life changed you? Like, how can you quantify it?
Oh my gosh! What can I say? Well, it cracks open your heart and allows you to. Demands that you love more deeply and sweetly and are in wonderment about not only them, but through their eyes, everything around you. I would say also off the top of my head, my relationship with Emily has deepen, become more, rich and sometimes challenging. The whole home situation, it's stimulating, can sometimes be challenging, but it's been deepened and made more adorable and loving and educational and fruitful. So, all that's a little bit of it, We could talk for hours about that, and I'd like to exchange notes with you,
I know it's such an enlightening time. Like I keep thinking, for me, like I can't believe, and sometimes I put the girls down last night and I was sitting just downstairs hanging out, and and I just thought to myself, I have 2 girls upstairs who are mine. Like, that hit me like a wave. I feel like I'm in a growth spurt like you. I just feel like, wow, like what's happening? How is this possible?
I know. I'm exactly the same way. I wake up every day and pinch myself and try with every molecule in my body to not take it for granted and be as grateful as this precious, unbelievable opportunity demands.
You have such a unique style about you, the way you speak, the way you act. Did anyone throughout your career say, Jeff, do it more like this guy? I know you got your thing, but no, it's not working. This is what works, what this guy's doing.
That's an interesting question. I can think, now that you mention it, I can think of moments or people or times when either me or other people would say, who are you? And maybe better be a little bit more like this or that, or drop this kind of thing or another. But, I think back to my first acting teacher, the great Sandy Meisner, who said, a cornerstone of what I'm trying to teach you is not to copy anybody and to find your own voice, however unconventional it may be. It will hopefully, ideally, be unique in some way. That kind of, keeps being a little bit of a guide to me. But yes, along the way, oh, sure, I've had cycles or people telling me, try to be like this or that, and moments of less self-trustfulness. And it's been an ever-evolving, and still today more than yesterday, and I'm hoping tomorrow more than today, I have a kind of a sense of a better sense of self-possession and trust in, hey, this is what I got. I may as well be authentic and honest and just use that, for heaven's sakes.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The curiosity piece of you, I mean, that's why this show is successful, The World According to Jeff Goldblum. Was that something that has been with you since you were a kid, or did it evolve?
Good question. I think it's all of our birthrights, really. And I can remember me, being enchanted with and fascinated by and in love with and eager for knowledge and stuff about what's going on. I was curious, and I see in my kids. That's why I say I think it belongs to all of us, because they're certainly just naturally wildly curious, as you know, in a state of beautiful wonderment, that I can only learn from a little bit. And yeah, that's it. And I've just been lucky that I keep being, it's not hard to realize how dumb I am in so many ways, and ill-exposed, and, and just before the whole thing ends, I at least want to have the major information and not a bunch of half-baked ideas, and exposure to some of the most beautiful things around us. So that's a real urgent and delicious assignment.
So how does it work? Do you say, hey, I'm curious about this? Or do they say, we're going to guide you somewhere, let's see how you do?
They were great. It was a very natural, organic, and delightful little collaboration. Both. They said, hey, is there anything on your list? Here's something that here are things that we might be interested let's talk about them. And I would give them, I'd say, oh, well, yes, I am curious about that. That's interesting. Or I'd start to riff on or free associate about my history with and past associations with and all of that stuff. And if any of that seemed interesting or started to, cook into something that was some kind of brew, it would become woven into the program. Isn't that something?
I love. By the way, what a cool gig! Like the coolest gig ever.
Right. I agree. It's not dissimilar from your area, right? I mean, you get to, engage with all the interesting things in our world and every day, and all the changing things, and what people are interested in, what you're interested in. Yeah, it's a cool gig. I dig it.
Now, is your plate full? Because a friend of mine said to me one day, because she said, let's lay out your platter of your life. I said, okay. She said, put on the platter everything that requires or you give your time and attention and love to. She was asking me to rearrange my plate and get things off of it that aren't important and expand. So I'm listening to your plate. You got this gig, you got other gigs, you got family, you got all this. How full is your plate? And is there something there's something you have to give?
Yes, that's so interesting. I love what you're talking about. It's right up my alley. Years ago, I read this book called The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, and it was about kind of time management and what you're talking about in plate arrangement. And he specifically had a little program. He talked about the 4 quadrants, as I remember, and how things that are urgent can sometimes tap you on the shoulder and take a lot of time. But you have to always reprioritize and get clear, hey, that may not be the thing I need to spend time on every day. Make sure you're spending the most time in quadrant, I forget what it was, but the things that are really important to you, that you keep discovering and refining every day, and that have long-term, nourishment in them. So there's all of that. I love that. And even in my physical world, today, for instance, there's somebody here after we're finished. I'm going to start to, I'm very excited right now about rearranging some furniture in one of my rooms and in my house. And in fact, getting rid of things and making more space. And yes, in my portfolio every day, I'm enjoying and finding ways to say no to and eliminate and tidy up all sorts of things. Because luckily, I've got an abundant, bunch of opportunities, and I can spread myself too thin. But yes, who said that you can say a very non-egoic, clear no when you have a burning yes inside of you?
Oh.
Pretty good, huh? So I can say, no, I'd love to join you for lunch or this, but my kid, I'm doing this. And so it's a kind of a burning yes.
Yes, a burning yes. Oh, that's good. All right, guys, you got to check out Jeff's, the second season of The World According to Jeff Goldblum. It's on Disney+. You said you have other things in the hopper. Anything else you want to mention before we?
Let's see. Well, there's lots of stuff. I've had a very busy time of it. Yes, that Jurassic World Dominion that you'll be hearing, I'm sure, me spout off about playing in the future, because June 10th it comes out, and I'm excited about
Oh God,
that.
so is everybody. That's huge.
Yeah.
Jeff, we'll see you in person soon.
I hope so. Okay. I really adore talking to you. You're just wonderful. Keep it up and be well. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Jeff. All right, have a good one. Thank you so much.
Well, hello, everybody. We've got a marvelous Monday Pop Star Plus coming your way on the show. Everything you need to know about the return of Bridgerton. Everybody's talking about that. And we're going to sit down and talk to one of the newest stars. Her name is Simone Ashley. That's coming up. Also later, Julia Stiles remembers filming her hit movie, Save the Last Dance. That was more than 20 years ago. But as always, it's Monday. Let's check out today's Pop Start. Good morning, everybody. We'll get right to it. More from Hollywood's biggest night. We're talking about the Oscars, of course. After a 3-year stretch without a host, the Academy Awards brought out 3 all-star MCs last night. Amy Schumer, Regina Hall, and Wanda Sykes earning big laughs, even during some of the more awkward moments throughout the night. Schumer kicking off the night with a lighthearted roast of the room.
I mean, Aaron Sorkin, a genius, truly, right? I mean, the innovation to make a movie about Lucille Ball without even a moment that's funny, it's like making a biopic about Michael Jordan and just showing the bus trips between games.
She was really fun.
She was on fire.
Yeah. Regina Hall used her time on stage to flirt with the eligible bachelors in the audience, joking that she needed to see the actors backstage for an emergency COVID test. And it was a big night for reunions. The cast and crew from The Godfather, Juno, and White Men Can't Jump reuniting to present awards throughout the night. The cast of Pulp Fiction getting into the swing of things. Sean Travolta and Uma Thurman, of course, breaking out those iconic dance moves, as you see there behind Lifetime Achievement honoree Samuel L. Jackson. Those moves will never go out of style. Big congratulations to all the winners from last night. And finally, speaking of Oscars host Amy Schumer, she's the latest guest on Hoda's podcast, Making Space. Hey. In the new episode, the actress and comedian talks about her incredible career in Hollywood. She waxes about motherhood, I believe, and of course, preparing for last night's big show.
This year, the Academy hired 3 women to host because it's cheaper than hiring 1 man.
I feel like every time I interview you, you're in a moment. But I feel like this moment you're in right now seems to be eclipsing the others.
Yeah. I feel like I had this magical moment when Trainwreck came out. And I was like, oh my God, this is so magical. And then the internet really came for me. And then I was like, you know what, why don't I just chill out and have some private magic? And then now I feel like I'm kind of stepping out, ready for a magic moment. I'm going for it. Being a woman in this business, it's you got to start over every day and try and earn the respect that you thought you had earned some goodwill, but no.
That's good.
Wow. Yeah,
that's what we learned from listening to Making Space.
Yeah, she lost some love and got a lot of love, so it's a good one. It's a good
she
one
did
today.
awesome last night.
Yeah,
she was amazing. So funny. Yeah. You can hear that entire conversation with Amy Schumer. Just search for Making Space with Hoda Kotb on Apple Podcasts, or just take your camera on your phone, open it up, point it at that QR code. It'll take you right to where you need to be.
Well, it'll be there eventually.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Next up, Carrie Underwood, as Hoda would say. No one's listening. No one cares. It turns out the passion for singing runs deep in the Underwood family. At a show in Vegas over the weekend, Carrie bringing up her mom on stage for a little duet of the song All American Girl. Yes, Mama Underwood having no trouble keeping up with her Grammy-winning daughter. Let's take a look at that.
Wow.
Did
you know her mom?
There you go. No, I did not know that.
I tell you,
crushing it.
I interviewed her right after she won American Idol and probably 15 times.
And didn't know?
Never even knew her mom sang. Wow.
And it is Pop Star Plus for a reason. A few more headlines. First up, Miley Cyrus. Over the weekend, the chart topper revealed that she's got new music in the works. Miley announcing the debut of her first ever live album called Attention. The singer posting this teaser video on social media revealing the new project. It's going to be a mix of cover songs, a few old songs, and 2 previously unreleased tracks. Miley writing on Instagram that after a year of not getting to play in front of many audiences at live show, this particular album is for the fans. Again, it's called Attention, and it is from Miley Cyrus, and it's out Friday, April 1st. Looking forward to that. And finally, Only Murders in the Building. Hulu just dropped a first look at season 2 of the streaming hit. Selena Gomez, Steve Martin, and Martin Short all returning as armchair sleuths in the next chapter of the series. This time around, they're adding a few new familiar faces to the cast, including Amy Schumer and Cara Delevingne.
We've been warned not to speak out.
But we here at Only Murders in the Building, we will not be going quietly.
We know what we have to do. Just be cool.
Hey, who's cooler than me?
Everyone.
Looks good. I've never seen it. Season 2 of Only Murders in the Building starts streaming in June. And those are today's headlines. Coming up next, Bridgerton's newest star on the hit show's steamy new season. That's next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
And welcome back to Pop Star Plus. Folks, Bridgerton, it's back. The highly anticipated second season of the hit Netflix show dropped on Friday. And if you haven't already binge-watched the entire thing, we've got you covered. Simone Ashley stars as Kate Sharma, and she spoke to us about joining the phenomenon.
I definitely was obsessed with Bridgerton, just like the rest of the world. Not only because, of course, I watched it whilst I was auditioning for the role, but shortly after being cast, after my chemistry read with the gorgeous Jonathan Bailey, who plays Anthony Bridgerton. I was immediately on set in wig fittings, makeup tests, transported to this beautiful world, filming on these amazing locations, horse riding. So yeah, I definitely got the gist of what it was all about.
Your Majesty, may I present Miss Kate Sharma and Edwina Sharma?
Only hope they like me. All you have to do this evening is remember what it is you're looking for. Someone charming. And handsome, of course.
So in season 2, we are introduced to the Sharma family, and they return from India to London with Lady Mary, Edwina, and Kate. Lady Mary is Kate's stepmom, Edwina is her half-sister, and the plan is to help Edwina and protect her family on Edwina's quest to find a true love match. But we may find out that there's a bit more to Kate's plan. The stakes might be a bit higher than we realize, and yeah, then the obstacle of Anthony kind of gets in the way, and we'll figure it out from there. I would describe Kate as loyal, protective, smart, fierce, and big heart. I think there's a lot with Kate that I empathized with. I think she can be a little bit stubborn, but I really admire her bravery. And I think it was a two-hander. She kind of came in not wanting to be a part of it, just to kind of protect Edwina. But also I think she was maybe running away from the idea of surrendering to love. So, yeah. So in season 2, we meet the Sharmas, who are of Indian heritage. And I think it's been so much fun to represent this family, who are a minority of what we see on screen, and to represent that with 2 other gorgeous South Asian women, Shelley Conn, who plays Lady Mary, and the diamond, in every meaning of the word, Charitha Chandran, who plays Edwina. And I think it's just so important that we're doing this, that we're normalizing this narrative. And, you know, hopefully in a few years' time, we won't even be having this conversation, and it'll be so normal, and it won't be as wonderfully groundbreaking as it is now.
Oh, you brought your dog?
Yes. Newton is an excellent judge of character. Oh, see?
Mark my words, Miss Sharma. By the end of your stay, your opinion of me will be much improved.
So, Kate and Anthony. Kate struggles with Anthony while we're telling this love story that goes from enemies to lovers, and I think it takes one to know one. So they definitely grind each other's gears. They challenge each other, there's a lot of sparring going on, a lot of competition, and I think that soon evolves into vulnerability and the idea of maybe allowing love to kind of affect them. There's so much chemistry between them. It's such a magical love story, and yeah, I'm excited to see everyone slowly see them gravitate towards each other throughout the series. I have so many favorite scenes. I'm not gonna condense it down to one, I'm sorry. I love any scene with Kate and Anthony riding their horses. They were some of my favorite days filming on set with Johnny, and just bringing this love story to life with him. It really, truly was such a joy. And there definitely is a magic between them, between Kate and Anthony, that I think we've brought to life. Other scenes, I loved filming the scene where Kate is applying coconut oil to Edwina's hair. I think it's such a beautiful and intimate bonding moment between 2 sisters that I think a lot of cultures can relate to. And I've never seen anything like that on screen before, so yeah, that was super fun to play. And I would say the first time Kate and Anthony dance. It's just so beautiful, and yeah, I think if there's a way to just condense that love story into one scene, I would say that one. Yeah, it will always be a favorite memory of mine, filming that with Johnny. Yeah. What makes the show so magical and special? I would say, regardless of the time that it's set in, these are real people, real human people with real problems of heartache and desire that I think we can all relate to. And it sparks the imagination at the idea of love. And it's a show that's about family. We've got the Featheringtons, the Bridgertons, the Cowpers, the Sharmas that we get to meet in season 2. And they're all families that we want to be a part of and that we can all relate to. And I think that's the deepest kind of love, family. So yeah, I think that's what's so magical about this show. I'm super excited for the fans to see Anthony Bridgerton step into his 2nd season of raking around or finding his true love match. We'll have to find out. Also to see Edwina shine as a diamond, the rest of the ton, and also a very special new star, Newton, Kate's corgi. I think everyone's going to be very excited to meet him.
Big thanks to Simone for hanging out with us. We should mention you can watch Bridgerton now on Netflix. Coming up next, our buddy Julia Stiles looks back on Save the Last Dance.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Time to give yourself an entire body reset.
Let's go. The new approach to saving our planet. Simple life swaps, great for the environment.
This is quite the spring break crowd.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
And we're back here on Popstar Plus. Julia Stiles is celebrating a birthday, and to mark the occasion, we thought it'd be fun to share our flashback conversation with her, which she opened up about filming the 2000 teen romance movie, Save the Last Dance.
Yeah, I remember the montage of him teaching Sarah to dance in the studio, and they're like bobbing, he's teaching her about rhythm, and they're bobbing their heads.
All right, no, check it. Got that? Oh, it's like two. Yeah, it's the same beat, but they split it up, right?
And I'm going to pat myself on the back that it was hard for me to pretend to not have rhythm. I can say that because I'm terrible at ballet. The only thing that I brought to the table was that I could do the hip hop stuff. So yeah, but it became like comedic almost. Hi, I'm Julia Stiles, and I'm flashing back to Save the Last Dance. How would I describe the character Sarah in Save the Last Dance? She has experienced a trauma. Her mother dies in the beginning of the movie. And she's like unsettled with the move to her father's house. And I think starts off very unsure of herself, very insecure in many ways. But over the course of the movie learns, with the help of Sean Patrick Thomas's character, she finds her sense of self-worth and confidence, and she's a fish out of water in her new school. She learns to adapt to her new environment. Oh, he's amazing. He's such a lovely human being, such a gentleman, and we really relied on each other in the making of that film because, you know, when you're unknown pretty much and you become the lead in a studio movie where they're spending a lot of money, the pressure's on. Even if it's not spoken, you know that it's there. And the two of us together, I think we're really a nice team. And he's, I think as I remember correctly, I know he's older than I am, but it was more, I guess, noticeable back then when I was 19 and I think he was 30. I could rely on him because he had a groundedness and a maturity and a life experience that was really nice. I think I did a screen test. I met Thomas Carter, the director, and he told me that he had seen 10 Things I Hate About You and the dance that Kat does on the pool table when she's drunk to Biggie Smalls. He saw that and he was like, oh, you have rhythm. So then I screen tested with Sean and then another actor who was up for the role. And then they hired me. The absolute best thing about making that movie was the dance. It's not as hard as it may seem. You gotta work to get the cream on your hopes. I mean, the rehearsals and the dance training, that was like, I was like, sign me up. Where do I start? It was really challenging, really daunting because I'm not a professional dancer. So there was a lot of playing catch up, but it was so fun and such an awesome opportunity to get to do that kind of like rigorous training and choreography rehearsals. We did over a month, I think, maybe it was 2 months before we started filming of largely for me, the ballet, because I had to bust my butt to get in shape and also to, you know, catch up to the level that Sarah, or at least look like I could catch up, I could be at the level that Sarah was supposed to be at. And I did ballet as a kid and a teenager, but I had stopped. So that was the most rigorous part of the training. So we did 2 months before we started filming, and then on the weekends we would do the choreography rehearsals. Fatima, who was the hip hop choreographer, when we would rehearse the audition scene, and she was always refining the moves, so it was hard to keep up. But the beauty and sort of the heartbreak of the relationship is that Sarah doesn't really see what the big deal is, which is naive, and also, like, now we would call it white privilege, but she really likes him and doesn't see why the outside world has an issue with it. But inevitably, because other people do, it's going to affect the relationship. I think, even aside from the race issues, I think the sort of classic romance of their relationship is beautiful, because it's like he believes in her and he lifts her up. He teaches her how to be a better dancer and a better, you know, he imparts a lot of very mature, grown-up ideas to her and cares for her, which I think is really, really beautiful.
We'll have more from Julia in just a minute, including what it was like to work with Kerry Washington.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. It's good to have you with us.
So delighted we're together.
We're together.
I make Pop-Tarts.
Yeah, see? So this show is for you, my friend.
We got a huge, beautiful crowd.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
We're back now, Popstar Plus. More from Julia Stiles on what it was like to film Save the Last Dance. Here's what she remembers and why she thinks people still love the movie today.
The things that they say in the movie, particularly Chenille, Kerry Washington's character, when they talk about their experience and why they might be uncomfortable with the idea of a black guy and a white girl, and also what it's like to be an African-American woman, I think I mean, it opened my eyes to something that I hadn't really thought about before. And I think it's really cool that it's like snuck into a pop teen dance movie.
You and Derek act like it don't bother people to see you two together. Like it don't hurt people to see.
Kerry Washington was and is amazing. Absolutely, there's no doubt in my mind why she has the career that she has. She's an incredible actress, and I could see it then. She was really kind, really generous, you know, and I just remember being really impressed by her skill set. Like, she's just a really good actress, and she was so ready for that breakout part. She was like, you know, she was really, really ready to step into that role and in that kind of a platform, like a movie that a lot of people are going to see.
She was dying while I was dancing, and I was mad at her, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I do remember that scene. I remember filming it. I remember we were on the Chicago River, so it was like an amazing landscape and location. In terms of like crying and emotional scenes, I've learned so much now in the last 20 years about how to approach scenes like that I definitely would watch it and be really critical of myself. But it was, I mean, genuine and real, I guess. I am really grateful to have been a part of something that resonates with people, entertains people, even this many years later. I mean, that's what you hope for as an actor and a storyteller. It's usually, it's not what people say, it's sort of their excitement and enthusiasm about it. Like, that to me is the most flattering. I wasn't even thinking about like this anniversary coming up, and then was told, oh, it's the 20th anniversary of Save the Last Dance. And just now before this interview, I stopped like thinking about the whatever things on my to-do list that I was like reflecting, going, you know, what would the 19-year-old Julia think of Julia now? 20 years, that is my entire adult life so far, from 19 until, you know, now. So lots to be grateful for. I feel like I've learned so much about acting, about the movie industry, about myself in those 20 years. I've had so many great experiences. Like, I'm pretty grateful. 40 is looking all right. 40 is looking pretty good.
6, 7, 8, step back, in, out, up, step.
It's entertaining and it has the formula of dance movies, which I love, but it does have something deeper going on. And it's a pop teen dance movie, but underneath it is like we've snuck in some pretty major ideas. And it's a classic, like, not underdog, because she's not really the underdog, but like fish out of water, being triumphant and rising to this challenge. But then also the romance part of it is just really, you know, dance is very romantic, and the way that the things that Sarah learns in I don't know, it's just like, it's a love story, it's a dance movie. And it's got a happy ending, you know?
I can't say this on the record yet, but welcome to Juilliard.
There's a part of me, like, many years ago that would have been too sort of cynical for that sort of thing. And now, more than ever, I think, I just want to watch something that's going to make me feel good.
Wow, can't believe it was 2000s, over 20 years ago. Fun to revisit a movie like that. And again, happy birthday to Julia. Well, friends, that's going to do it for today's Pop Start Plus. Join us again here tomorrow, same time, same place, for a terrific conversation with WWE superstar Bianca Belair. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great day.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All
day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played.
The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts. Cold Cut. Cold Cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart.
Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today All Day. Oh my gosh, look. They came back.
They did.
It's Monday. We see you. You're watching Today All Day. We hope you had a terrific weekend. Craig is with me. Savannah's enjoying a couple of days off.
You guys are watching, of course, our digital show today and 30 on this Monday, packed with everything that you need to see from this morning's show. And we're doing a quick half hour.
Yeah, we're going to start off with the Oscars last night. Boy, what a night. A wrap-up of the biggest moments, the historic wins, the fashion worn on the red carpet.
And of course, we will take a deeper look into the fallout from that stunning moment when Will Smith stormed on stage and slapped Chris Rock after the comedian made a joke about his wife, Jada Pinkett Smith. So what happens next? Well, stay tuned to find out.
All that plus Jimmy Fallon, he set his alarm, he got up early, he swung by Studio 1A to make us laugh and cry. He's got a new children's book. It's called Nana Loves You More. It's hitting the shelves. It's super touching. You're going to love the sweet story behind it. It's all happening right now. So should we get started with an episode of Today in 30? Anchor Joe Fryer has it all covered for us. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, the entire evening, including Coda's win, was overshadowed by that single moment. At first, people in the audience and at home wondered if it was even real, if it was a joke. Will Smith went on stage, appeared to slap comedian Chris Rock for making a joke about his wife. Then a short time later, Smith took the stage again when he won the first Oscar of his career. It all started with a joke by presenter Chris Rock directed at Jada Pinkett Smith.
G.I. Jane 2, can't wait to see it.
Moments later, Will Smith rushed the stage, slapping Rock. Uncensored clips that aired in other countries showed what Smith said after.
Keep my wife's name out your mouth.
Pinkett Smith revealed in 2018 she had alopecia, which causes hair loss. About 40 minutes after the stunning altercation, Will Smith won his first Oscar, portraying the father of Serena and Venus Williams in the film King Richard.
Richard Williams was a fierce defender of his family. I'm being called on in my life to love people and to protect people and to be a river to my people. I want to apologize to the Academy. I want to apologize to all my fellow nominees. Love will make you do crazy things.
Sunday night's incident sending shockwaves through the Dolby Theater.
Did I miss anything?
All of it casting a shadow over Hollywood's biggest night, including a historic win for Best Picture.
Okay, Coda.
For the first time, a streaming service won the top prize, Apple TV Plus's feel-good feature, Coda.
I really want to thank the Academy for recognizing a movie of love and family.
After 3 years without a host, this year's show had 3 MCs, Amy Schumer, Wanda Sykes, and Regina Hall.
This year, the Academy hired 3 women to host because it's cheaper than hiring one man.
In the coveted acting categories, Jessica Chastain scored her first Oscar, and Ariana DeBose earned the Supporting Actress trophy for playing Anita in West Side Story, the same role that won Rita Moreno an Oscar 60 years ago.
You see,
a queer, openly queer woman of color, an Afro-Latina, who found her strength in life through art.
And Coda's Troy Kotsur became the first deaf man to win an acting Oscar, dedicating the award to his late father.
Dad, I learned so much from you. I'll always love you. You are my hero. Thank you.
And the musical performances featured some of the biggest hits of the year and A-list stars from Billie Eilish to Beyoncé.
It feels so good to be alive.
Now to a little bit more on quite possibly the most shocking moment in Oscars history. Will Smith storming on stage and slapping presenter Chris Rock after the comedian made a joke about Smith's wife, Jada Pinkett Smith.
NBC national correspondent Miguel Almaguer joins us with more on what happened and what happens next. Miguel, good morning.
Guys, good morning. It was an extraordinary moment last night, one so shocking most people couldn't figure out if it was scripted or real. Oscar hosts often do mock celebrities in the crowd, and in fact, in the past, Rock has famously taken shots at both Will and Jada Pinkett Smith, so we don't know if there was bad blood that started this all last night, but Smith suddenly decided to take a shot of his own.
Oh, wow! The smack witnessed around the world may be the most shocking moment in Oscar history.
Oh, wow!
Chris Rock on stage to present Best Documentary began taking shots at A-listers in the audience,
King Lear don't got nothing on me!
including Will Smith's wife, Jada Pinkett Smith.
Jada, I love you. G.I. Jane 2, can't wait to see it.
Jada rolled her eyes as Will appeared to laugh, but a moment later, Smith walked on stage and confronted Chris Rock, taking a swing at him, leaving the audience stunned. The American broadcast was heavily censored for the next few moments, but on broadcasts around the world, it was not.
Will Smith just smacked the out of me. Keep my wife's name out.
As it slowly became clear this was real and not an act, the stunned audience fell silent as social media exploded. Pinkett Smith has been public about her journey with alopecia and hair loss.
Now at this point, I can only laugh. And y'all know I've been struggling with alopecia.
It was unclear if Rock was aware of this, but during the commercial break, Will Smith appeared to wipe away tears as he talked to Denzel Washington, Tyler Perry, and Bradley Cooper. As the show went on, others tried to lighten the mood.
Okay, Will and Chris, we're gonna solve that like family at the gold party.
I've been getting out of that Spider-Man costume. Did I miss anything?
Will Smith!
But to add to the awkwardness, 40 minutes later, Smith was awarded his first ever Best Actor Oscar for King Richard.
Denzel said to me a few minutes ago, he said, at your highest moment, be careful, that's when the devil comes for you. Art imitates life. I look like the crazy father, just like they said. But love will make you do crazy things. Thank you. Hope the Academy invites me back. Thank you.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. By night, he is the Emmy-winning host of The Tonight Show who keeps us laughing with his jokes, his sketches, his star-studded games. And by the way, he just happens to be a really nice guy. He's also a New York Times bestseller. Of course, we're talking about our friend Jimmy Fallon. He's out with a brand new book. He's paying tribute to adoring grandmothers in our lives. It's called
Nana Loves You More.
Jimmy, I want to get to this book. I just want to say, first of all, thank you for having me.
You were unbelievable on my show the other day, singing Country Road, Take Me Home.
We've never had that much fun on a show.
Standing ovations, doing TikToks.
You kind of
falling down. It was unbelievable. You were so great. Everyone's still talking about it on our show. How great you guys were.
Your show is a place of joy. Like, you know it when you walk in, you feel that vibe. And we saw Quest backstage at the time. And by the way, I was thinking about Quest because he obviously is your band leader. He was given this award, obviously. He won an Oscar last night. Yeah. What preceded it was that whole debacle of Will Smith.
That's distracting.
What did you,
distracting.
I wanted Quest to have his moment, though.
He had it. I was weeping. I was in a tsunami of emotions at the time. Because I was like, what's going on? And then Quest won the Oscar, and I was so happy, so proud of him.
Yes.
He worked so hard on that thing. He would finish our show and then go right to watching footage and editing, like, for hours, like all day. He
his
wouldn't
heart
sleep.
And soul was into it.
This was his baby, and it was like, to see his mom there, his mom was crying. It was like, it was so emotional. He was talking about his dad. I just love the guy so much. I can't even tell you. Like,
that was a beautiful moment. Did you think the other thing was like a joke at the beginning, or what was happening there?
Yeah, I have no. It's going to be some red table talk. I know that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. All right, let's talk about this book. I loved your other books, by the way.
Thank you.
Come on.
They're long enough to count as books, but they're thin enough so you can get it out of the way. You know what I'm saying? You got to, if you grandma go read it in a book, you got it. You get in, you get out.
There's nothing worse than when your kid picks up the thickest book.
Paragraphs.
And no, you can't. Okay, so talk about this book. Nanas, obviously, are super important in kids' lives.
Nana, whatever you call your Nana, you call her Nona, you call her Grammy, Mima, Abuela. I don't know where Mima comes from, but people call it
in the South. That's a big one.
Mima, yeah. I called my grandma Grandma, but
you did,
I polled everyone, and Nana was the biggest.
Nana was the one.
That was the winner, yeah. You know, it was my mom's dad who used to say all the time, when we used to say, I love you, or bye, or I love you, he would say, I love you more.
Oh.
And you go, I wish that was my line. That's such a good line.
I love you more, so you made that the title.
So I go, I got to do something for grandmas, just for something. I just want a little book. This one's a little weepier than the other one.
Is it really?
It's got a little, you can get a little, because it's a baby going like, you love me more than this? You love me more than this? Candy? Anything? You go, yeah, you name it. I love you more than.
Were your grandparents just influential in your life? How did they affect how you turned out?
They helped raise me. My grandparents lived in our backyard.
What are you talking
in a cottage. They didn't live in a tent. They lived in a, they were in a cage. In a basement. They had like a cottage kind of in our backyard, and so I would come home from school and I'd go hang out with my grandma and grandpa.
Wait, look at you with your little, where were you going there with your tie
That's got to be church. That's got to be my church suit. That's my other church suit. Or else I was selling insurance then. The light blue bell bottoms, yeah.
Did they think you were funny? Did your grandmother think you were funny?
Yeah. They always, my grandma thought I was going to be an inventor. She was like,
she did?
She's like, little Einstein, he's going to do something. That's my Albert Einstein. And they introduced me to Rodney Dangerfield and all.
Oh, they did?
All the comedy records. They would play me, and I would do Rodney impressions when I was like 12.
Wait, you're kidding?
I was like, oh, you kidding me? Good crowd, all right? My wife's cooking so bad since when does toast have bones, you know? I knew I was ugly, you know? I went to my proctologist, he put his finger in my mouth, all right? I'm ugly, all right? I had the whole routine down. I didn't know what I was talking about, but I would do bits, and they'd give me 50 cents to perform in front of the crowd, and I loved it. And so, I love my grandma so much. So I figured, and I have two little girls, and they were lucky enough to meet both their grandmas. So I figured this is a good book for grandmas to read to them at night. It's a good reading book. It rhymes, and it's also a good book to give to someone who doesn't know that they're about to be a grandma.
That's brilliant.
If you go,
you wrap it up and hand it, and they go, why would I get this book?
Oh,
right? You see what I'm saying?
Brilliant. What do you tell? I know your daughters met your mom before she passed, but what do you tell them about her?
My mom was the funniest person. She was always, and just things would happen to my mom that you wouldn't even believe. I tell so many stories, but my mom. First, my mom could barely walk. She had terrible knees, and so my mom would kind of walk like maybe Ozzy Osbourne at a good pace. And I remember we were at a wedding once, and my mom goes, "I have to go to the bathroom." I go, "Don't go now because they're about to introduce the bride and groom, and just wait for that." And she goes, "I gotta go now." I go, "Okay." So she hobbles off. I go, "Okay, I'll see you in 25 minutes." And then so she's hobbling off, and then they go, "I'm not kidding." The DJ comes like. "You guys ready to meet the bride and groom?" I go, "Oh, no, Mom, do not." Smoke machine starts coming out. I go, "Oh, get ready for this." She goes, "Here they are for the first time, Mr. and Mrs. Daniels." And my mom. "Jim, where are you? Jim, where?" Everyone's turning the video cameras off. Everyone's ruining. Carson knows my mom. My mom and Carson's mom were friends. I swear, it ruined the whole wedding. Everyone's like, "Would you get her?" I go, "I can't do anything." That's as fast as
Carson is
oh my God, the best.
Really?
The best.
Yeah, it's like, "Oh, I talked to Patty. Daily. Oh, Carson's doing so great." Yeah, it's like between our moms, they would just call and just tell me and tell us how great we were.
Yeah.
I love it.
Do you know Oprah?
Is that what they said to y'all?
No?
Do you know Oprah?
You know Oprah?
Yeah.
All right, Jimmy, this book that's a brilliant idea to make it as a gift and give it to a grandparent before they know it's their turn. The book is called Nana Loves You More. It's out tomorrow. You can find more about it on our website today.com/shop. And you can catch Jimmy, of course, on our favorite show, The Tonight Show, weeknights, 11:35, 10:35 Central, right here.
I love you, Hoda. This is so easy and fun. You're the best.
Thank you.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It is Motivational Monday, and this week we're venturing into the mystical with some Astrology 101.
Well, if you've ever heard the phrases, Mercury is in retrograde or a Virgo moon is rising and wondered what the heck that means, we have you covered.
Astrologer and modern mystic Stephanie Campos is here to help. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. So astrology is nothing new, you know, crystals and chakras. It's something we've kind of all heard before, but it seems like there's been a resurgence lately.
Yes, I think, you know, we are living through some challenging times. There's a lot of uncertainty, and I think people turn to astrology and spirituality for hope and just a sense of comfort.
Forgive my ignorance here. Astrology, what exactly is it? How do you even define astrology?
So astrology is the study of planets and patterns. It's a language. So as astrologers, we are translating the symbolic meanings of the planet's motion and relating it to earthly events and human affairs. And you can use it in many different ways. So you can use astrology for predictive techniques, you can use it for magical purposes, and even for self-reflection.
Magical?
I've seen
Yes.
birth.
What kind of magic?
Good magic. Always, yes.
I mean, I was looking, I've seen birth charts. People talk about the sun or the moon, and there's, rising or retrograde. What do some of those things mean?
Okay, so the sun is your identity, your life purpose, your mission, what you're here to do, kind of like the energy you're going to embody throughout your life. The moon is more of your internal world, who you are on the inside, how you nurture yourself and others, and the rising sign is what you project outward. It's the zodiac sign that was rising on the eastern horizon at the time you were born, and it really sets up your chart. So.
And birth chart, you say, is actually almost more reflective of your personality as opposed to just your sign.
Absolutely. So many people don't really vibe with their zodiac sign or your sun sign, and it's because there's 10 planets in the sky. So your birth chart is a snapshot of the sky, the moment you were born, and how all of those different planets interact reveal different things about your personality, your life circumstances.
Can you Google that?
You
can I just Google my birth date?
You can. There's forums online. Yeah.
And they make posters out of them. People buy them.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a thing.
What about, I've always seen in the movies, like from James Bond, they're flipping tarot cards. What's the deal there?
Okay, so tarot, there is a deck of 78 cards with rich imagery and symbolism, and each card represents different karmic lessons or life circumstances and challenges. It's a tool you can use to tap into your intuition or your subconscious.
Oh, wow.
You seem quiet, Craig.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot to take in.
My mind is blown. I know that's not to turn you into like a carnival barker here, but so you're marrying a Taurus.
Yes.
I am a Taurus.
Yes.
But I'm a Taurus, and the last day you can be a Taurus. It's right before you're a Gemini.
Yeah.
So just based on that information alone, what would you say about
your personal interview?
Yeah, you just hijacked this thing for your
You told me. You said jump in.
We'd have to plug you in to get like the official lineup of your planets, but it's likely that you have some planets in Gemini, and Gemini is ruled by Mercury, the planet of communication.
Oh.
And look at you, an anchor, communicating every day.
I have a question about a lot of people are into crystals.
Yes.
You can even now. There's a place by my kid's school you go by and people go in. What is the meaning behind some of those?
We've got some
besides the
crystals
fact
over here,
that they're beautiful, but there's meaning behind them, right?
Yes, absolutely. So crystals channel different energetic vibrations. So, for example, over there we have an amethyst. That is a wonderful stone for protection, for tapping into your intuition. If you're doing meditation practice. Clear quartz is going to be great for cleansing energy and also mental clarity.
So people just will buy it and just put it on a shelf in the room?
I sleep with crystals in my bed.
Really?
But that's pretty extreme. That's pretty extreme.
Wait,
we don't have
that
to do
seems
that.
a little bumpy. What do you mean?
It is. It is.
Seriously?
Sometimes I get marks on my face.
No. Oh,
Yeah,
And what
But this isn't science per se. I mean, should people be making major decisions based on this?
I mean, we have free will. So I think it's very important to name that we all have agency and free will. I would never make a full decision based on the stars alone, but it's a tool and a guide and very helpful.
God, this has been fascinating.
Okay. Now I want to know more about Leos.
I'm getting you a pillow full of crystals.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's start small.
You're just going to hit them like.
Just get one for the house.
Stephanie.
That was great. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
I feel like
Chef.
we learned a lot. Thank you. For more information or peek at your April horoscope, head to today.com.
Now, we're doing horoscopes on the website now?
I mean,
it's appropriate.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
All right, now to our favorite part of the Oscars, the fashion. And one of the big trends of the night was looking red hot. That bold color choice was all the rage, from Jennifer Garner to Marlee Matlin. Winners, Ariana DeBose and Kristen Dunst.
Yeah, and here with the rest of the big trends, E-Style host Xana Roberts-Rossi came off a flight from LA, landed, looks fresh as a daisy.
I don't know about the freshness, ladies.
Did you wear those rhinestones on the flight home?
I wish I had to run so quickly through JFK. There was no wearing these running through.
Oh my God. Let's talk red, because red was popping all over, and Ariana DeBose, wow, she dazzled in red.
She dazzled. This was a Valentino, and basically she had this menswear vibe. So it had the pantsuit with the bralette, and then the cape.
I didn't even notice that.
Isn't it amazing? So her stylist said they want to mix the gender fluidity of it. They want to have masculine, feminine influences.
Gorgeous.
And she was very involved in the creation of this as well, from soup to nuts.
I love that it's sort of breaking the rules, and there were a lot of rule breakers on the carpet.
More than ever. I've never seen so many rules broken on a
so
carpet.
tell us about the rules. Tell us who broke them.
Wow, we loved, there was Zendaya.
Yeah.
Saw her in the most, it was a rule breaker in the way there was a lot of skin on show, right? So you had this midriff there, which is not the usual. She looked phenomenal. We were just saying it was kind of that Sharon Stone-esque, a modern day version of that. She wore Valentino, as always, looked impeccable.
I love all the bracelets.
I also like how it's like kind of classic, like it's kind of a take on a classic look.
Exactly.
You know?
It's a take on Sharon Stone's 1981 white shirt that she stole from her husband.
Let's get to Kristen Stewart. Okay, she looked real. She really stood out in shorts.
Hot shorts on the Oscar red carpet. This is an absolute first. We've never seen this before, and they knew it going into it, and they went out to wow. I love her in this. It's Chanel. It's bespoke. She swapped the tie for this beautiful necklace, and it's extremely Kristen, right? It's like that injection of rebellion throughout.
Everybody is so plungy, aren't they?
Not everybody can plunge like that, but
I know, a lot of plunging.
Okay, let's talk about her. She was looking fabulous. She presented in neon.
I love this look. Wari Weiss is her stylist, and he told me that this was meant to basically give the optimism. It was about being free. This color lime green, it was a Carolina Herrera moment. And I love the high-low. It's like very, very unique, and it's something that she really had fun
It kind of looks like what Beyonce was wearing in that first performance.
By the way, I love that performance.
Okay, highlighty yellow. It's like the tennis ball yellow.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly what it was. All right, let's talk necklines. That was something that was very trendy.
Oh, Tracy Ellis Ross. We're obsessed with her.
I love
this
her.
dress, the Carolina Herrera again, obsessed with this dress, but this trend is not for the faint-hearted, ladies.
How does it all stay together?
Fashion tape is going to be your best friend on a night like this.
She looks beautiful in it, but not everybody could wear that.
Not everyone can wear it, but it's definitely a trend that's happening across the board. We're seeing the plunge dip down. This is the U-shaped plunge that we're seeing a lot. A lot of architectural details with the cups. And then also we saw Serena and Venus also wear some fantastic plunging necklines. They had, it was basically, Serena wore this gorgeous Gucci gown. And
I love that.
And this is a more classic plunge, but it's still a wide plunging neckline. I love the embellishment around this. This is an accordion pleat Gucci gown, and she just wowed it.
And Venus, too. Venus was plungy, too. Everybody's plunging.
Everybody had a plunge.
There we go.
Look at that.
Ellie Saab Couture. This one was there was some conversations about a few worried people stood around her.
I'm sure they
but it looked absolutely striking, and I love this high ponytail.
Yeah, I love
it.
the
Really
sisters
elongates.
starting the show,
I know.
didn't
I thought
you?
that was a brilliant way to begin.
Let's talk about jewelry trends.
lots of
Sparkle,
statement
sparkle, sparkle.
Lots of statement sparkle. Rachel Zegler came out in a beautiful I mean, I love this. And she actually wore this fantastic Tiffany choker, which was just stunning. I mean, it was simple. It was.
She looked gorgeous. And I also loved, we talked about her, wanting to get invited. I love how she stood up and kind of played just in a sentence.
She gave
a little something.
She had some fun.
Something.
I'm so glad she did, because it would have been such a disappointment if she just let that one fly. She could have invited 4 days before.
Okay, let's talk Penelope. She was by the way, she was my best dress.
She was?
Yeah, she was my best dress.
I can see why, Hoda. I mean, look at this dress.
Yeah, that's your neckline.
And plus, look at her. She looks so good. Tell us about the statement necklace.
She didn't actually have a necklace, but it was built. Pockets. Hallelujah for a pocket on the red carpet.
Is that the dress? That's the embellishment of the dress.
Yeah, it's a metallic tweed embedded in the actual neckline here. So Chanel made it this way, so it's not an extra necklace. But look how it's sparkling and shining there in the beautiful bow shape. I mean, her beautiful husband.
You know what? One of my,
gorgeous.
I know they're the best couple. One of my favorites, Zoe Kravitz.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if she was my best dress, but pretty close to it.
Yeah.
Audrey Hepburn.
Yes, exactly.
Stunning. So she wore this necklace, and it was 36 carats.
Wow.
And it was pink and white diamonds.
Wow.
Absolutely stunning.
I mean, gorgeous
she can make a pink pretty dress look the coolest thing on planet.
She really can. But she's so cool. That's
all right. Well, that's it. That's all the time we have. But we love you.
With us.
You did such a great job yesterday too.
You did, and you can get more fashion on Daily Pop weekdays at 11 a.m. on our sister network E.
Before we go, Miss Copy, I hear there's a new episode of Making Space, your podcast out now.
We got timing because my guest is Amy Schumer. I mean, she
crushed
amazing.
it at the Oscars.
She was like home run city. Anyway, you can listen to it wherever you get your podcast.
We sure will. And we will see you tomorrow. Have a great Monday, guys.
Oh, today all day, summer's officially here, so get outside, do something fun. Up next, Sama Dada is sharing the ultimate menu for a perfect picnic party in the park.
This is sort of like playing with Play-Doh, but it tastes good and it's edible. Play-Doh is not edible, I don't think. Play-Doh is edible? No. Why? There's no way. I just learned that Play-Doh is edible. Don't eat it, though. That's disgusting. Just eat these instead. In the summer months especially, it's really nice to get outside and take advantage of your local parks. And listen, I am your dream picnic guest because I never come without the most important thing, food. So I'm going to show you how to make 2 of my favorite recipes for your next #picnic party, my easy homemade turmeric hummus, and my favorite spiced chickpea burgers with a delicious red pepper sauce. Some may say it's sacrilegious to make hummus with canned chickpeas, but you know what? Convenience is a gorgeous thing, and you can still get a really delicious result with the canned chickpeas that have been sort of hibernating at the back of your pantry for quite some time. If you're freaked out at all by making hummus at home, just don't be, because you know what? All you need to make it is a blender. So let's start. Starting with my canned chickpeas, adding these straight to the blender. They're so cute. I'm gonna go ahead and add my tahini. You cannot have hummus without tahini. It is like peanut butter and jelly, you know what I mean? So don't forget it. You just simply can't have hummus without it. It makes it nice and earthy and creamy and flavorful. Okay. You've got those really savory flavors from that tahini, from the chickpeas, so now we need a little bit of tartness, and that's where our lemon juice comes in. Just gonna roll the lemon to release some of that juice. Lemon juice going straight in my blender. It's gonna make this hummus really bright and zingy. I will warn you, once you learn how to make this hummus at home, you may never go back to store-bought. I'm sorry, but I'm just not sorry. Perfect. Lemon is done. Now I'm gonna add in my garlic. I like using raw garlic here because it has a really punchy, flavorful taste, and we want all of that flavor in this hummus. Here's where we really spice it up, okay? We're gonna add my 3 favorite spices. I'm adding some cumin. Adding some paprika for a little hint of smoke and spice. And what would this turmeric hummus be without turmeric? It doesn't make sense. So I'm adding my turmeric in. Another reason I wanted to make a turmeric hummus is because of that gorgeous yellow color. So that's really gonna give that hummus that bright pop. It's gonna look really good on your table, I promise. Now I'm gonna add a little bit of salt and some freshly ground black pepper. Now I'm just gonna blend. In order to get this hummus super smooth, we're gonna add a little bit of water, tablespoon by tablespoon, until it reaches our desired consistency. For me, that's very smooth and velvety and luxurious. Starting with just a bit. The trick with this hummus to get it super velvety smooth is when you reach your desired consistency, blend it for an extra 3 or 4 more times. That's gonna make it even more smooth. Like, look at that. Oh my God, I cannot wait. Let me just adjust to taste. See if it needs anything. I mean, come on. It's perfect. I'm gonna add the hummus into my bowl. Have you ever seen anything this smooth in your life? No, right? Okay. Now, let me show you how to adorn this hummus. I'm gonna smooth it out. I created a little swoosh so that the olive oil and spices have a little home. Drizzle some olive oil on top. Sprinkling with a little bit of za'atar. If you don't know what za'atar is, it's a Middle Eastern spice blend with sumac, sesame seeds, and another host of spices. It's so good. If you don't have za'atar, don't worry, you can totally omit it, but I think it tastes amazing with it. I'm gonna add a touch of paprika just for a little color. This works as a nice contrast to that bright yellow that the turmeric gives this hummus. I mean, look at how pretty that is, right? But we're not done yet. I have this gorgeous platter of fresh vegetables here, and I'm just gonna cut them and adorn them around my hummus. If you don't feel like slicing your veggies yourself, no worries. You can buy it pre-cut. I've got some time on my hands. I mean, this is art. Monet? Is that you? It's me. I think I made a masterpiece. I'm not trying to be conceited, but like, are we all looking at the same thing here? Doesn't this make you want to be one of my picnic guests? Maybe? So pretty. Need to take a picture. My phone really does eat first. I know that's cliche, but it's kind of true. Oh my God, I was immediately taken aback by how pretty this looked. I cracked myself up. I'm taking like 20,000 pictures. I think 12 would have been fine, but okay. I think I got the shot. Can confidently say I got the shot. I'm gearing up. Okay. This is the most both exciting and tragic part of making hummus, is that part where you ruin the art. But it's okay. This is what it's for. Okay, I'm going in. Did that make you all feel things? Because I just felt really emotional. Okay, ready to taste. It's so good. Something so flavorful paired with a simple, crisp vegetable, just like, these vegetables just got a glow up. Thanks to this hummus, it's art. It's art. No picnic would be complete without a sandwich, so I'm gonna show you how to make my favorite chickpea burger with a red pepper sauce. I'm gonna go grab the ingredients.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. It is good to have you with us.
So delighted we're together.
We're together.
I make Pop-Tarts.
Yeah, see? So this show is for you, my friend.
We got a huge, beautiful crowd.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
To turn your favorite hummus into my red pepper special sauce, first cut 2 peppers in half and de-seed them. Then roast the red peppers at 450 degrees for about 25 minutes. After removing the peppers from the oven, they'll need to be steamed for 10 to 15 minutes. You can do this by inverting a glass bowl over the peppers onto a cutting board. Sealing the peppers creates steam, making it easier for the skins to peel right off. Remove the pepper peels and discard. Yep, they're a little slippery. Roughly chop the red peppers into large pieces. Add 2 cups of your favorite hummus to a high-speed blender. Homemade or store-bought will do just fine. Now, drop in your roasted red peppers. Blend the mixture until it's well combined and super smooth. Now, this special sauce is ready to be spread on anything your heart desires.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. It is good to have you with us.
So delighted we're together.
We're together.
I make Pop-Tarts.
Yeah, see? So this show is for you, my friend.
We We got a huge, beautiful crowd.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Time to give yourself an entire body reset.
Let's go.
The new approach to saving our planet. Simple life swaps, great for the environment.
This is quite the spring break crowd.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Having a good veggie burger recipe in your back pocket is sort of like having your best friend on speed dial. It's pretty useful. And I don't know if people are really using speed dial anymore, but you get the point. My chickpea burgers are deliciously spiced, they're super hearty, and they're perfect for when you want something substantial that still happens to be plant-based. First things first, I want this burger to have a lot of complex layers of flavor, so I'm gonna saute some onion and garlic to put in it. Just gonna dice my red onion. I'm only using half here. I'm using a red onion here because I really like that it adds that nice sweetness. It's gonna be so good in this veggie burger. Also, aesthetically speaking, I know it's what's on the inside that counts, but aesthetically speaking, these red onions are really pretty. That purpley red, we love it. Red onions are diced. I'm now gonna mince my garlic. Great way to mince garlic. All you're gonna do is take your clove, use the flat edge of your knife, get some of your aggression out, and then start mincing. I'm gonna do this with all of the rest of my cloves. Garlic, it's our friend, okay? You may smell like garlic for 3 days after cooking with it, but it's worth it. It's worth the price you have to pay. We want to extract all of that garlicky flavor. It's so good. And we're mincing it really finely so that we can get out all of that flavor, all of that aroma, all of that garlic perfume that will plague you for the next 3 days. All right. Now I'm gonna heat my pan and add some olive oil. My oil is shimmering, and now I'm gonna go ahead and add my onions. Got some resistant ones in here. Don't worry, you're gonna become a burger. Something to celebrate. All right. We want these onions to be tender, translucent, starting to brown around the edges. When we get a little bit of that caramelization, it's gonna impart so much flavor onto these burgers. And you might be wondering, why didn't we add the garlic with the onions? But we can't do that because the garlic takes a lot less time to cook, so if we added with the onions, it would burn, and that's not cute. My onions look perfect. They're nice and golden brown around the edges. They're tender, translucent, which means it's time for the garlic. Okay. Doesn't need too much time to become a little brown, about 2 minutes. Don't forget, and I'm reminding you here, to season with salt and pepper. Flavor is our friend. We always want more of it. Okay, this looks amazing. The garlic is nice and golden. It's got some color. I'm gonna set this aside to cool and then get to work on the base of my burger. For the base of this burger, I'm starting with some cashews. I know that sounds crazy, but cashews are buttery and delicious. They really allow this veggie burger to be hearty and meaty without any actual meat. So I'm gonna add that into my food processor. I'm using raw cashews here, unsalted, completely raw. This is important. All I'm gonna do is process these cashews into a nice fine powder, kind of like a flour. Looks pretty good. All right, this looks perfect. Let me just show you the texture real quick. It's sort of like this nice flour, you can see. It's gonna be a really hearty base for this burger. Okay, cashews are done. Now we're gonna move on to the rest of my ingredients. Now I'm gonna add some flaxseed meal. This is gonna be really great as a binder for these burgers. It's sort of like a vegan replacement for an egg. Okay, looking cozy in there. And because I can't live my life without any spice, it just simply is not possible, I'm gonna add my spices. Starting with a little paprika. And just know, these spices aren't gonna make it spicy, right? It's gonna be flavorful, it's gonna add a lot of body and taste. That's what we like. A little bit of turmeric. Yum. Some cumin. And finally, some coriander. This is a chickpea burger, so we gotta add our chickpeas. These are just drained. And now we're gonna process. It's okay if this mixture isn't fully pulverized. It's kind of nice to have a little bit of that chickpea texture, so don't sweat it if you've got a little chickpea hanging out in there. Now I'm just gonna add some olive oil, and then remember my onions and garlic from earlier? These are going in there as well. A little olive oil. And then my onions and garlic. Perfect. Okay, you probably guessed this, but we're gonna process one more time. My mixture is looking amazing. Gonna transfer it to a bowl. Just transferred my patty mixture into my bowl, and you'll notice it's kind of thick and sticky, which is great because then we'll be able to form it into patties really nicely. Because I want this to have a little bit of zest, a little bit of something herby, I'm just gonna add some cilantro in here. You can totally use parsley if cilantro freaks you out. I won't judge you. I'm just gonna roughly tear them. I like those big pieces of herbs, but if you want it smaller, you can totally chop it. Okay. Mix that in. And now we're ready to form them into patties. A couple of things I want to do before I form these into patties. First, remove all my rings, because I wear like 12,000. And now I'm going to oil my hands just to make sure that nothing sticks to them. Just a little on here, just a little. Using extra virgin olive oil. I think you're moisturizing your hands, but you're really just prepping to make your burgers. Okay, here we go. It's very fun, very therapeutic, and look how well this sticks together. So I'm gonna form these into like a little ball at first, and then I'll flatten them out into patties. You can really make these as big or as small as you'd like. I'm going for like a major burger situation, but you can also make little small burgers as well if you want little bite-sized snacks, if you want to throw them on a salad. They're very versatile. See how virtually nothing is sticking to my hands? You can thank the extra virgin olive oil for that. You've got a lot of really hearty elements in this burger, the cashews, the chickpeas. It allows it to stick together, but also allows you to feel really satiated. It's really delicious. and just a really great way to eat a veggie burger that's exciting. I'm gonna put these in the oven at 375 degrees for about 15 to 20 minutes. Make sure you flip them once halfway through baking. And if you don't wanna eat them now, don't worry, you can freeze them for another day. They're perfect for meal prep.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Time to give yourself an entire body reset.
Let's go. The new approach to saving our planet. Simple life swaps, great for the environment.
This is quite the spring break crowd.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
I mean, is this a joke? Look at this. That crisp golden exterior? It looks so beautiful. If you did want it to be a little more crisp on the outside, feel free to sear them. But to me, this looks perfect. It's time to assemble my burger. I'm very excited. I've got my bun, got my tomatoes, my lettuce, and I have a little red pepper special sauce to go in the burger as well. So I'm gonna go for it. Got my bun. I like a lot of sauce, so I'm gonna go ahead and be generous here. This is gonna add more flavor, a little bite, and some nice color too. I'm gonna spread both sides of the burger, both buns, here as well. The red pepper sauce is like tangy, a little sweet. These are roasted red peppers. Okay. Now for my star, go ahead and add one of my burgers. Straight onto my bun. It's like it was meant to be there. It's almost upsetting how perfect it looks on that burger bun. Okay, here we go. Gonna add a little fresh tomato and some lettuce for some greens in my life. Okay, time for that other bun. I mean, come on, look at that. Doesn't that look good? Look at the colors. I gotta take a picture. Doesn't it look good? Okay. Oh my God, look at that. All of those layers of flavor. That looks really good. Okay, is it time? I'm nervous I'm not gonna eat this in a cute way at all, but I guess it really doesn't matter. Okay, here I go. I'm gonna go from this side. This seems more approachable to me. Okay, here we go. I mean, this chickpea burger is so well spiced, so well seasoned. I think I need another bite. It seems like I must take another bite. Okay. It's just simply not right. It's simply not right how good it is. That red pepper special sauce, though, ties everything together. See, this is why I'm everyone's favorite picnic guest. I do stuff like this, and then they always invite me again. You can be that person too. I'm speechless. I'm speechless. I'm speechless. Okay, I'm going in. Someone has to stop me. Someone has to stop me. I'm gonna keep eating this. No one's gonna stop me? Okay. All right. Going to Central Park is one of my favorite things to do in New York. It's the perfect place for a picnic party. I invited my sister and my best friend for a little afternoon lunch. Hey! Come on. Hey guys, look at my crudité prata. Yeah, I'm eyeballing it. I cannot live my life without hummus, and I love bringing it to a picnic because it's easy to pack and snack on. We love a fresh veg.
And
yeah, hummus is so good, don't you think?
Hummus is so good.
My chickpea burger is one of my favorite plant-based meals. It's hearty and comforting, plus it's great hot or room temp. Oh, I like that you're taking photos. That makes me happy. Are you contemplating? Okay, cheers. 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 Cheers.
It looks like Shake Shack, honestly.
It looks like Shake Shack. It's nice. Okay.
Doesn't it? This looks fake. It's like a Krabby Patty.
There's nothing I love more than sharing my food with the people that I love, and a picnic is a great place to do it.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Good morning. Hollywood hit. Chaos at the Oscars. Will Smith storming the stage and slapping Chris Rock after a joke directed at the actor's wife.
Uh-oh, Richard!
Oh, wow. Wow.
Will Smith just smacked